Hi, welcome back, guys. This is your friend the Welcome to Fanfics World, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku a Qurik Pokemon now. Before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. If you want more videos like this now, let's get into the fanfiction. In a world filled with superpowers, people tend to overlook the obvious. In a world filled with superheroes, people tend to ignore others. Izumi knew it. Her entire childhood, adults would ignore the obvious signs of abuse on her body. The burns and scratches on her arms and legs. Sometimes even her face, her hunched form. How she tried to make herself smaller. How she barely spoke in front of others. How she shrank on herself whenever one of her bullies was around. They pretended to not see it. Sometimes because they didn't want to get involved. Most times to avoid punishing her bullies. Izumi was used to being ignored. It meant her bullies weren't hurting her. It meant people weren't mocking her and pointing at her. It meant people weren't feeling pity for her. And now being ignored has helped. It helped her and her young charge. Because being ignored means not paying attention to them. It means no sudden calls to the police or to a hero. It means there's a lesser chance for her pursuers to find them. Are you tired, Amudo? Tell me if you need Sir Plushy, okay? Her young charge looked at her and nodded. Izumi rubbed her head and kissed her forehead. She subtly checked her horn size and made sure her beanie covered it. A woman sitting in front of them smiled at their sisterly display. Izumi smiled back and looked around. No one looked suspicious. For now, they haven't been discovered. It had barely been 5 days since they had crossed paths. Izumi had been standing in an alley, confused and lost, when a small shape collided with her. The impact had been so abrupt that they had both fallen to the ground. When she saw who was above her, she froze. A little girl, no older than 7 years old, was covered in bandages and clothes that looked more like rags. She was shaking. Her eyes were wide open in fear. The only words that left her lips were, "Help me." When a man started to yell a name, the girl froze. 2 men with bird-like masks covering their faces entered the alleyway, blocking the entrance with their bodies. Izumi didn't know who they were, who the girl was, or what they wanted. She didn't even know where she was. But she knew one thing. The girl was in danger. She needed someone to protect her, someone to save her. Izumi hadn't wasted time. A good punch to the base of the stomach and a roundhouse kick to the head knocked them out before they could try anything. She couldn't call the police. Not yet. Not until she knew exactly where she was. And she couldn't leave the girl alone. And she couldn't leave those creeps in the street. They could give her description to their friends. So she made a quick plan. First step, tie those masked creeps and leave a note on their chest to make it look as if they were dangerous criminals, haha. Second step, convince the girl to come with her. Third step, find money and a laptop. Fortunately, her plan went smoothly. Duct tape was amazing, and her new friend was too willing to go with her. Izumi's tears flowed when she hugged her so tightly and silently asked to be held. Finding money wasn't difficult. A simple pawn shop gave her enough to buy some clothes for little Eri, dye ink, and a new laptop. While traveling throughout the city, Izumi couldn't help but feel hope at the sight of people with strange features on their bodies and signs, and letters written in her mother language. Finding a coffee shop with Wi-Fi wasn't hard. She bought a latte for herself and a muffin for Eri, who stared at everything with a look of awe. Her new ward eat the pastry. Izumi grabbed her new laptop and searched the net. A quick search online confirmed quickly her hopes. She was in Japan. She was home. And that opened another can of problems. As far as she knew, she was probably listed as dead ever since the incident. Proving who she was would be difficult at first. And she had others to protect. They could take them from her. While Izumi tried to figure out how to best approach the authorities about their situation, Eri slept by her side. Her left hand was absent-mindedly petting her white hair when she realized what the date was. An old memory came to her mind, and she opened a new search. What she found made her grin. A new plan was made. A way to make themselves known, and for the government to not shuffle them under the drapes. A hand grabbed hers and pulled her away from her thoughts. Eri stared at her. Red eyes stared at green eyes. Izumi had both of them dyed their hair black, and gave Eri her beanie to cover her horn. Add new clothes. And Eri didn't look like a starved orphan, but like a common little girl. Eri just hugged her and closed her eyes. Izumi checked the map of the train system and spoke. 2 more stations, and then we will have to walk. It won't be long. In Mudo, Eri just nodded. A group of men entered their wagon. Their bird masks betrayed their identities. Their boss's impatience is clearly showing, she thought. 5 men in broad daylight in front of a train filled with witnesses? He was done being subtle, which was fine with Izumi. Eri, she whispered, grab Sir Plushy and get ready to run. He will protect you until it's safe. Eri trembled. She didn't want to leave, but she knew the plan, and she trusted Izumi. Izune, please be careful. I don't want you to get hurt, she begged her. Izumi looked into her eyes, projecting as much confidence as she could. I promise you, Eri, that after today, nobody will ever hurt you again. She rubbed her head again and smiled. Then she went straight to the men and blocked their path. As long as she didn't show any type of aggression, they could do nothing, because this was a game of patience and strategy. Whoever attacked first would lose the first battle. The men were anxious. They wanted to finish their job. If they were alone, they would have already pushed her aside and grabbed Eri. But there were witnesses. Witnesses who would tell the police, the heroes, and the media how a group of grown men assaulted an innocent teenager and her little sister. And that brings attention. They just needed a little push to finally break. She leaned closer to the leader. Not by much, just enough so they could hear her. Are we going to be standing all day, or are we going to fight, boys? The last man couldn't handle it. A simple grunt with a powerful quirk, or at least useful enough to be part of this operation. But he didn't have the patience of a veteran. When he saw how Eri was running toward the next wagon, he extended his right arm, and webs sprayed from his fingertips. Izumi didn't waste time. She grabbed the leader and shoved him towards the webs. The people around the wagon started to scream and run. In the confusion, Izumi ran at the group and kicked them so hard that they fell against each other. Only when she saw that they were all tangled between each other in a web mess, she ran towards the exit. There was still 1 more station before their destiny, but they had no more choice. She left the train and went for Eri. As long as Eri had Sir Plushy, Izumi would always find her. She found her in the city, in front of an alley. Eri's hand was wrapped around Sir Plushy's ball, and she was staring at a man. He was tall, with black hair, dark eyes, a fur coat covering his body, and a bird mass around his nose and mouth. Eri was frozen in front of him. She knew who he was just from her reaction. Eri, Izumi's voice startled her. No matter what, he won't hurt you again. I won't let him. You won't let me? That's so arrogant. Like those heroes. Another soul infected with that disease, he said, putting gloves on his hands. Eri was startled at that. She started to move towards him. Eri, she stopped. Remember what I told you when I went to grab our supplies? Eri stopped. Her hand tightened around the ball in her hands. The man's eyes narrowed. This ball has a special friend of mine called Sir Plushy. If you call him, he will protect you. No matter what. Eri pronounced Izumi's promise. Eri, stop wasting time. Come here. Now. You don't have to obey him, Eri. Men like him who threaten others into obedience are nothing more than cowards and bullies. Eri didn't move. Her hands were still around the ball. She turned her head and looked at Izumi. Her eyes were shining with tears and fear, but they also had hope. Hope for a better life and a future filled with smiles, apple slices, and hugs. And hope brings strength even in the darkest times. Eri pointed the ball against a man and spoke. Sir Plushy, please protect Izumi Nachan and me. A red light emerged from ball, first as a ray and then as a humanoid shape. Finally, a figure appeared. It was tall and masculine. Its arms, head, and torso were green, while its waist and legs were white. It had no fingers. Each elbow had a long blade, and there was a sharp crest on top of its head. The man just stared in shock at the creature. Eri looked in awe. Izumi grinned. Galade, take Eri and run. Galade nodded, grabbed Eri, and teleported back to the old warehouse where both girls had slept their first night. If you're wondering where they are, then don't waste time, she told the man. Galade can teleport to anywhere he has been already. Right now, they could be anywhere, and you're going to be very busy. Oh, and with what I'm supposed to be busy? Me. In a society infected with superpowers, children are groomed and trained to want to become heroes. From the day they are born, as soon as they can understand the world that surrounds them, all they see is hero this and hero that. Sickening. Disgusting. For Kai Chisaki, society, no, the entire planet was sick. Sick with hero syndrome. All they did involved the heroes somehow. The movies they watched, the products they bought, the schools they wanted to study at. Everything was about heroes. Disgusting. Unlike others, he hated his quirk. The idea of having to touch anything, even people or animals, to activate it just made him feel gross. Whenever he had to use it, he would immediately disinfect his hands, sometimes his entire body. As a child who had been homeless and orphaned, he hadn't trusted the heroes. He had only trusted one man his entire life. The man who saved him and gave him a path, a reason to live, a family. The boss. He was the only human being, possibly the only being that he would ever care about. The moment the boss saved him, the moment the boss showed him a Yakuza honor code, the moment the boss told Kai about his dream of the Yakuza rising back in the shadows, at that moment Kai swore to help him achieve that dream. No matter what, he didn't regret his choices. Regret was for the weak and for cowards, and he was neither. He knew what had to be done. The Yakuza had to rise again. They were the only true power in Japan, not the government, even less the heroes. If quirks hadn't appeared, then the Yakuza would still control Japan, instead of suffering a slow death in the darkness. When the boss had introduced him to Eri, he hadn't thought much of the girl. She was shy and scared. Understandable, considering her quirk had killed her father in front of her, and her mother had abandoned her. It was when Kai started to study her blood that he understood Eri's true value. The power of rewinding time until nothing existed. The power of destroying quirks forever. The boss didn't like his plan. That had hurt. It had hurt worse when the man told him to leave and never return if he intended to continue with his plan. And it hurt the most when Kai used his power to modify his brain to put him in a coma. He would never forget the look on the boss's face when he realized what Kai had done. Kai never cared about hurting others. When he used his quirk on Eri for the first time to harvest more blood and tissue, and she cried and begged him to stop, he just ignored her. But when the boss, the closest thing to a father he ever had, that he would ever have, gave him a look of betrayal, his heart hurt. He hurt his boss. He betrayed the most sacred part of the Yakuza honor code. Even if the plan succeeds, the quirk society dies, and the Yakuza rises again, he will still be punished as soon as he heals the boss and his acts are revealed. That day, he became Overhaul, the leader of the Shy Hasakai. He didn't care, because the boss's dream would be completed, and that's all that mattered. And now an insect was interfering with the boss's dream. When his men told him that Eri had run away, he got angry. When they told him that the grunts sent to capture her were missing, he got pissed. When the missing idiots finally called, 12 freaking hours after Eri's disappearance, and told him that a teenager had beaten them up and left them unconscious with notes taped to their chests implying they were pedophiles, he became a roaring volcano. The two idiots had spent hours at the hospital being checked for concussions, and later at the police station being interrogated over those notes and about whoever had assaulted them. They told the police that it must have been a misunderstanding or some prank, but the damage had been done, because they had been wearing their masks, the masks that the Shy Hasakai wore. And now the police would be investigating them under suspicion of child prostitution or abuse. He had ordered them to go to an abandoned warehouse, someplace not connected to them. And when the idiots had arrived, and after making sure no cop or some hero had followed them, he took care of them. First, he made sure they gave him a good description of the teenager who had taken Eri. He was sure that this mysterious girl wouldn't have beaten up two strangers and left a little girl alone. No, not in the sick society infested with wannabe heroes. A green-haired teenage girl, maybe 14, green eyes, tan skin, no heteromorphic traits, and diamond-shaped freckles on both of her cheeks. He made sure every single one of his men, from his 8 precepts to his lowest grunt, memorized that description and then sent them to find both girls. It wasn't like he could send a missing child report. As far as the world knew, Eri didn't even exist. And for the plan's sake, for the boss's dream's sake, it would continue that way. After 3 days of searching, they hit gold. A security camera showed 2 black-haired girls, a teen and a middle schooler, boarding a bus towards Funabashi. Based on the station, the maps, Kai realized they were going to Tokyo. Why? He didn't care. It didn't matter. He sent his men to the train and bus stations near Tokyo. One of them would find them, and then they would tell him, and he would take care of it. And it worked. They saw them boarding a train toward the capital and informed Kai. He had a group follow them inside and gave them strict orders to not show themselves until he gave the order. When he arrived at Chua, he gave the order. Predictably, the girl went after grunts while Eri fled towards the city. After that, it was child's play for Kai to find her. What he didn't count on was for the mysterious girl's quirk to be the ability to summon some type of teleporting creature. That would be troublesome to deal with. No matter, first the girl, then the creature, and then Eri. He will make sure she finally understands what happens when she behaves like a selfish brat. He took off his gloves. It would take a single touch to finish this. The girl crouched. One hand went behind her back, a cocky grin on her face. He ran. His right hand stretched towards her head, and she jumped. It wasn't a big jump. She went a wall on her left, and with another kick, she leapt over his head. He saw her arm throw a second ball, and a new creature was released behind him. This one looked like a simian. Red-brownish fur covered its body, and white fur covered its torso, legs, and head. Fire flowed from its head. Golden armor covered its ribs, knees, shoulders, and elbows. Infinite smokescreen. Ionenen black smoke came from its mouth, covering the entire alley. Kai couldn't see anything. A shape moved beside him. He went for it, but a punch to the gut intercepted him. Is that all the mighty and powerful Yakuza can do? No wonder you guys are extinct. Even common thieves are faster. She taunted him from the smoke. He went towards her voice, but a kick to his back shoved him to the ground. The hits weren't hard enough to hurt him. It felt more like they were taunting and mocking him. They could hurt him, but he couldn't hit back. I think I understand now why the Yakuza are nearly gone. Since primarily the leader of any group is the one with the strongest quirk, you Yakuzas must have the lamest and weakest quirks ever. Quirks. 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 He was so damn tired of that fucking word. Everybody was obsessed with quirks, with their strength and their uses. That brat wanted to see a powerful quirk. Then she would get her fucking wish. Ah! His hands touched the filthy ground and activated his quirk. The ground shifted, and a mass of spikes sprouted around him in the shape of an arc. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated, and his work came into view. The entire alley was devastated. Spikes of 6 feet in width and length covered the ground. The walls on each side of the alley were destroyed and covered in holes. Wow! Man, those are some anger issues, the girl said. He looked up, and there she was, hanging on the back of the ape, with the ape clinging with his claws, far enough that his spikes hadn't even scratched them. A flash called his attention. At the opening of what was once a dark alley were people. People with their phones and iPhones and cameras out. People taking pictures. Of him. Of his quirk. I don't need to defeat you. Overhaul. I just need to put your face on the news and wait for the heroes and cops to catch you. After all, using your quirk to destroy a public space is a crime. And trying to kill a teenager for no good reason is a worse crime. She and her ape smirked. Kai stood there. 4 or 5 years. Ever since the boss introduced him to Eri. Ever since he discovered what entailed Eri's quirk. Ever since he took control of the Shy Hasakai and became Overhaul, he had worked day and night to destroy the Quirk Society. 4 or 5 years, he destroyed and recombined Eri to harvest her blood and tissues, and then spent hours and hours studying and testing how to turn her quirk into a weapon. 5 years of working in the shadows. 5 years of avoiding the attention of the heroes and the government. And only in the past month has he made some progress. Slow, but progress. And now it is all gone. That girl was right. The moment those pictures went online, and they probably are right now online, some pro hoping for more ratings would start investigating him and his associates. And eventually, they would discover his hideout. Worse, if they find Eri, they will discover his plan. When an injured animal is cornered, there are two things that can happen. The animal will resign itself to its fate, or will attack and destroy what is in its path. Overhaul didn't even think of any options. He just attacked the bane of his existence. No matter what, that girl will die. You're clever, astute, adaptable. Your mind is capable of developing quick and efficient strategies with the minimum data. But your body is weak, not because of sickness or biology, but because you didn't bother to train it. How can you help others without the minimum training? Or do you simply expect that hoping and praying will work? If that is so, then leave. But if you're willing to learn to work hard, to push your body and mind to their limit, to their breakpoint, and to keep going, then stay and become my apprentice. The words of her mentor came to Izumi's mind. He had been harsh, but his words were true. Ever since she was a little girl, she had wanted to be a hero, one like All Might. Even when she had been diagnosed as quirkless, she still maintained that hope. But her mentor had been right. She had only trained her mind, not her body. She just kept hoping that if she tried her best, she could do it. Always hoping that at any point her quirk would manifest and her dreams would become true. She had been such a fool. Her mentor taught her. He taught her exercises to strengthen her muscles and elongate her limbs. He taught her mind games to sharpen her mind. And he taught her all he knew about Pokemon. After 1 year together, he let her go. After all, experience is the best teacher. Failing and trying, those were the best teachers. She wasn't almighty. No, she still had much to learn. She was a good trainer, and her medals and rewards proved it. But if she wanted to be one day a hero, one capable of saving others with a smile on her face, she had to be better. When she found Eri, she knew she needed more information, not only of where she was, but of their enemy. Eri was traumatized. She didn't want to tell her the men who kept her of her life or of her quirk. So Izumi told her of her childhood, of her mom, her mentor, and the friend she had made. She gave her Galad's Poke Ball and told her that if the man who hurt her ever came close, she should hold the ball and call for Sir Plushy's help. Their psychic link informed her how much Galade didn't appreciate that name. With some time and gentle coaxing, Eri told her a few things. Her name, her captor's nickname, Overhaul, and how she came to have her wounds. Hearing how the man would disassemble and reassemble Eri's body and take her blood and tissue made her sick and furious. It took her lots of self-control to not show her fury in her face. Galade heard it too, and he informed the rest of the team. She spent most of that night calming them down and promising that they would get a shot at hurting that Overhaul bastard. It was his power that worried her. A single touch, and he could kill her and her entire team. Hell, he could make it so that no evidence remained. A very powerful quirk, wielded by a very dangerous man. Eri told her how one time she saw him defeat one of his men in mere seconds. That spoke of his speed and reflex. Fortunately, Izumi had a strategy for those types of opponents. First, evade the attack. Second, obstruct view. Third, make them lose control of themselves. Anger is good as fuel, but too much and poor self-control make it a ticking bomb waiting to explode. And it worked. The shock of losing Eri right in front of his own nose, infinite smokescreen, and a nice amount of taunt combined with some hits and mocking made him release all that rage in one very flashy way. Because Izumi knew she couldn't defeat him. At least not without suffering serious damage to herself or her team. She needed more information about his limits, his strengths, and his weaknesses. So, she made him visible. A dangerous villain, with a powerful quirk destroying part of the city, and so close to Tokyo, especially on that day. And that was when it all went to shit. Overhaul's hands touched the wall, and it started to shift into a wave of concrete rolling toward her. Shit! Infernape higher. Her starter jumped toward the roof, away from the villain. When they touched the roof, she climbed off its back and released 2 more Pokemon. Lucario, Lopunny, we are against a dangerous foe. He can change the entire layout with just a touch of his hands. He can also kill us by just touching us. Avoid close combat, use Protect and Detect, and intercalate with range attacks. According to Eri, He can withstand strong hits, but don't overdo it. We aren't murderers. She quickly explained the situation to her first 3 Pokemon. They all nodded. They were some of her more mobile and agile Pokemon, and they had powerful range moves. They stood back to back, keeping a 360-degree view as much as possible. Lopunny's hearing and Lucario's sensory feelers strengthened their defense. "Rio!" Lucario barked and pointed down. "Jump now!" she ordered. They all jumped toward the street immediately. Pokemon were sturdier than humans. Their bodies could handle a big fall. Trained Pokemon even more. And Izumi was primarily a fighting-type trainer. Her body could handle hits strong enough to bend steel. The roof caved. It turned into quicksand alongside the entire building. Izumi hoped that nobody was inside. Lucario were... "Rio," he said, shaking his head. Izumi relaxed. Nobody was at the building. Good. She looked at the street. It was filled with people, children and adults, most of them taking pictures and filming their fight. "Listen up. This place is dangerous. You all need to leave and call for the heroes to arrive. There's a dangerous villain here." She tried to warn them of the danger. Some left, mostly parents dragging their children. But the rest didn't want to leave. She sighed. "I'm serious, you all." Lopunny grabbed her and jumped away. Coming from the alley was Overhaul, but he was different. His body was surrounded by concrete, bricks, metal, and whatever else he had touched. It surrounded him in the form of a golem, a very big and angry golem, with tendrils moving like whips. But what froze her wasn't his shape. It was his aura, his killing intent. He wanted to kill her. He wasn't going to stop until she was dead, and he didn't care if others were in the way. Lucario roared now. Lucario faced the crowd and roared. A deep, rumbling sound came from his maw. It wasn't a warning. It was a promise of harm and danger. It is a perfect way for Pokemon to scare those weaker than them, sometimes even those on their same level of strength. A group of civilians who had never been in battle and who had never faced a Pokemon, they ran so fast that they left dust prints behind. Izumi and her team faced Overhaul. At least now they could fight without worrying about innocents getting hurt. Streets, houses, and buildings could be rebuilt. It would be expensive, yes, a pain in the pocket, but they can be rebuilt. A life can't be rebuilt. And that's what matters when fighting a villain. That's what her mentor taught her. Lopunny used Ice Beam, try to mobilize his body as much as possible. Lucario, Screech and Metal Sound, then Flash Cannon. Infinite Flamethrower, maximum power. Everybody used moves to increase your defenses, attacks, and mobility. They obeyed. Lopunny covered Overhaul's armor with ice. She even froze his golem's feet to the ground. Lucario's scream had him screaming and flinching from the pain. Infernape's flames actually melted the villain's armor. Izumi stood there, analyzing and giving orders to her team, but also concentrating. She was giving her Pokemon strength. She was using her aura to increase their power. And for a moment, it seemed as if they could win. Her team was fast. Every time he tried to hit them with his tendrils, they jumped or used Protect to shield themselves while the other two would attack. For one moment, Izumi thought they could win, and then Overhaul showed why he was in charge of the Shy Hasakai. His entire armor was expelled from his body, like a meteor shower. The debris hit everything. The buildings across the street, traffic lights, and posters. She could barely see Lopunny using Protect and Lucario running and dodging, trying to reach her, when she saw a giant mass in front of her. All she could do was focus her aura on her body and push against the object. It didn't prevent her from being tossed and crashing against a window, but it did save her life. It felt as if a Rhydon had trampled against her. She was focusing on breathing when a hand grabbed her neck. It was him, Overhaul. His eyes showed his intentions. A malicious glint filled them. He was going to kill her, but not fast. No, he was going to torture her slowly. She could feel it. His emotions were screaming at the pleasure he was feeling at the idea of killing her. What were you expecting? In what world does a teenager defeat a Yakuza boss? He smirked, so confident of his victory, so confident of his power. Izumi coughed and then grinned. I didn't have to defeat you, to slow you down. Her eyes slid toward her left, and a smile crept over her face. Overhaul's eyes narrowed, and then he looked over his shoulder. There, in the front of the restaurant where they crashed, was a washing machine standing in a heroic posture. WHHH villain! From its hands erupted a stream of bubbles straight at them. The stream from the left hand enveloped Izumi in a giant bubble, while the stream from the right hand tore Overhaul away and had him crash through the walls. Young lady, don't worry. The heroes are here. Please point out any injuries you may have. My bubbles work as disinfectants. The hero helped her out of the bubble. Izumi stared at him in wonder. As a young, quirkless, and lonely girl, she didn't have many friends. To be honest, she had no friends. Either they saw her as a freak, used her as a punching bag, or didn't want to risk befriending her in fear of becoming a bully target. She didn't join any sports team or any other club. All she focused on was the hero world and quirk analysis. So she studied all she could about heroes and villains. She theorized about how their quirks worked, their limits, possible interactions between quirks, ways to increase or nullify a quirk, etc. By the time she met her mentor and became a Pokemon trainer, she had 9 notebooks filled with information about heroes and villains. And she recalled a hero whose quirk formed bubbles that could be used to defeat, encapsulate, and clean. YURR, the washing hero, Wash. Izumi couldn't help but stutter at seeing a hero in the flesh. For all her achievements at the League Circuit and Battle Frontier, Midoriya Izumi was a hero fan at heart. Oh, my Arceus! I have so many questions. How do you control the output from each hand? Does each hand only control a certain amount? No, that doesn't make any sense. That type of limit would be obvious to see. That means that you need an incredible level of control to release a stream from one hand and a single bubble from the other at the same time. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Young lady, your questions are interesting. However, this may not be the best place to answer them. Wash placed a hand on her shoulder. Izumi's face went completely red. It had been a while since this happened. Ah, yes, right, you're right, Mr. Washington, sorry. I tend to overanalyze quirks, sorry. Her whole face was red as a tomato. Wash smiled. It's no problem. It's nice to see a kid show a bright mind. Izumi smiled back. She was going to open her mouth when a noise startled her. Both of them faced toward the hole where Overhaul had fallen. Mr. Wash, that villain's name is Overhaul. He is the leader of the Shy Hasakai, a Yakuza organization. Overhaul's quirk allows him to disassemble and reassemble anything, organic and inorganic. His body is strong enough to handle hits that could break rock and bend metal, and his speed and agility are impressive. A witness told me he is capable of killing a person just by touching them. My team and I tried to weaken his defenses and use long-range attacks. We only managed to hold him in place until you arrived. She quickly summarized the most important details for the pro hero. Wash stared at her. Young lady, that analysis is impressive. How old are you? 15, just turned 15. Another birthday away from her mother. Another milestone missed with her only biological family. And what school do you plan to attend? The knowing smile on his face spoke of his thoughts. Wash already had an idea of what career Izumi wanted. A civilian who only wanted a simple life wouldn't risk their lives against a powerful villain. Izumi smiled. After 5 years away, after 5 years of training and adventures, she could finally answer that question with confidence. You think that would stop me? Overhaul's voice interrupted them. There were only a few scratches on his face and body. His clothes were torn, but he didn't stumble or show any other sign of damage. You really think that a fucking washing machine would stop me? His hands touched the rubble. A tendril went right towards Izumi's face, but Wash's bubbles tore right through it. I am Overhaul. I lead the Yakuza. I am the bane of the Hero Society. I will destroy the sick society obsessed with quirks. A fucking teenager, her pet monsters, and a fucking washing machine won't stop me. When he tried to move one of his legs, he stiffened. He twitched but couldn't move. Izumi's eyes squinted. There, a glint, a thread. No, fibers. There were fibers surrounding his arms, legs, torso, and neck. She quickly went through her memories and remembered only one hero whose quirk allowed him to apprehend villains that way. That foul language has no place in front of our youth. No wonder a criminal capable of this destruction only knows how to speak this way. It's a shame how courtesies have been disappearing these days, a man said behind them. He was tall. His blonde hair was perfectly combed. His telltale jean mask and costume revealed his identity. The fiber hero, Best Jeanist, the number 3 hero. Best Jeanist's arms were in cross position. Thin, barely visible fibers were enveloped between each of his fingers. Those fibers were the ones immobilizing Overhaul. Mr. Best Jeanist. Overhaul's hands must not touch anything. I know. I was able to overhear your words to Washington. I concur with my fellow hero. Your information is extremely important. Good work at gathering it. Best Jeanist, the number 3 hero Japan, said she had done a good job. Oh, my Arceus. Izumi had to use all her self-control to avoid cheering like a little girl. Ha 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 ha. Overhaul started to laugh like a maniac. Tears flowed from his eyes. His body shook as much as it could under its immobilization. Wash put himself in front of Izumi. She too sensed something wrong. Her hand went to her back, towards one of her balls, one she had kept as a last option. What's so funny, villain? Asked Best Jeanist. He, too, had sensed something was wrong. His fingers tightened. He was putting more strength into his hold. I thought that torturing and killing that brat would make my day better after this disappointing week. Making sure she watches how these heroes die by my hand, because she wanted to stick her nose where it doesn't belong, makes it much better. Even though his lower face was hidden by his beak-like mask, Izumi could easily imagine his malicious smile. His eyes already showed his madness. And how do you plan to do that? The number 3 hero asked. Izumi saw it before the others. His hands were away from the rest of his body and from his surroundings, but his fingers could touch his palm and each other. She didn't know whether it was his fingertips, his palm, or the entire hand that needed to touch to activate his quirk. And she didn't want to find out. The next few seconds would be paramount. Fortunately, she still had an ace. She had sensed him after Wash had saved her. Infinite Mach Punch. Now! Izumi screamed with all her strength. The ground to the left of Overhaul started to tremble. It caved in and formed a hole. And from that hole, a blur jumped and aimed a punch at Overhaul's face. Infernape's punch connected solidly. The punch had been so strong that it tore the villain from the fibers and had him collide against a wall. Continue with Match Punch. Don't let him touch you or anything else. INNN. He nodded and went after his opponent. I'm sorry, Best Jeanist. I saw how his fingers could still touch each other in his palm, and for all we know, that could be enough to reassemble his entire arm and escape from your quirk. Best Jeanist frowned. A good analysis, young lady. You're right. Without knowing the exact workings of his quirk, it is best to assume the worst. We must reassemble outside. With his quirk, this small space only benefits him. Call back your Infernape. Infernape, dig back outside. We need more space. The 3 ran outside. She saw Lucario on the ground with Lopunny's hand glowing pink around his chest. What happened? Low Punny indicated to a giant rock broken in the middle and to Lucario. Izumi face-bombed. Is this another of your creatures? Wash asked her. She nodded. If you need it, I can use my bubbles to administer medical assistance. Thanks, but it's not necessary. Lopunny can use Heal Pulse on this idiot. Cario, her best friend, pouted at her tone. If you are stupid enough to use Arm Break against a giant boulder who knows what's coming at you at maximum speed, then you're an idiot. Wash and Best Jeanist chuckled at her side. We need to form a plan quickly. With his quirk and abilities, he'll be extremely difficult to apprehend. Our only advantage is that he didn't bring any of his followers. But every second increases the risk of his henchmen coming, and that would make our situation even more difficult. What should we do? Mumble, mumble, mumble. A hand on her shoulder made her stop her mumbling. The voice that spoke made her freeze. Don't worry, young lady, because we are here. She turned and remembered why she had chosen to go to Tokyo. She remembered how that first night, when she was trying to figure out how to protect Eri. She noticed that they were in August. She remembered how she had checked the Hero Public Safety Commission website to see if the ranks had been updated yet. And to her delight, it was going to be 1 week from that exact day. That meant that in 1 week, Tokyo would be filled with hundreds of heroes. And more importantly, with the current top 10. Izumi ignored the sound of Overhaul screaming about killing her and the rest. She ignored how her Pokemon went in front of her to protect her from the deranged villain. She ignored her exhaustion. Her plan had been easy. Go to Tokyo, have Overhaul confront her, have Galade protect Eri, and take the rest of her Pokemon just in case. Make sure that whatever fight she had with Overhaul grabs the attention of the heroes and informs them of the situation. Best scenery. Overhaul is arrested, and Eri lives happily ever after. Worst scenery. Izumi dies, Overhaul runs, and Galade will do all he can get Eri out of the country and away from Overhaul's influence. She honestly never thought that most of the top 10 heroes would be in front of her, including her personal hero. Her reason for wanting to be a hero since she was a toddler would be there. The #1 hero in all of Japan. The symbol of peace. The hero who saved others with a smile on his face. All Might. When men grow, old dreams are forgotten. Because in the end, old dreams are old memories. And the human brain is incapable of remembering too far in the past with perfect accuracy. So the brain remembers the important, the essential, and what matters most. And what leaves the biggest impact. Midoriya Izumi can't remember how her life was when she was a baby or a toddler, but she will never forget the day she was declared quirkless. She will never forget the callous words of the doctor, his remarks about how she should just give up, and her mother's tears and guilt over something only nature could control. And later, the scorn, mocking, and bullying that started when her diagnosis was made public. The next 6 years of her life were a mixture of sadness, pain, and solitude. Only 2 things kept her sane: her mother's love and her dream. Izumi didn't want to quit. She wanted to be a hero. She was going to be a hero. Not all heroes had flashy, strong quirks like All Might and Endeavor. Some fought basically quirkless and complemented their fighting with their quirks. Oh, it wasn't something very well known. It had taken her years of web searching. But thankfully, the internet was a universe of information. Every time a new hero appeared, someone would take pictures, videos, and interviews. Their quirks would be shown, and Izumi would analyze them. Of course, most of the heroes had strong, flashy quirks, perfect for a hero. But not all. It was the Pussycats that proved her theory. Mandalay and Ragdoll both had great quirks, perfect for rescue missions, but next to useless in battle. And despite how they try to play it, Izumi knew that their physical and fighting prowess had nothing to do with quirks but with training. Old pre-quirk videos proved it. Videos of people with no type of superpower of all ages and races, capable of acrobatic stunts, or able to defeat someone stronger by virtue of martial arts. Of course, by the time Izumi had found that information and was preparing to convince her sweet mother why joining a martial arts school would be good for her, the incident happened, and she never saw her mom again, or anybody that she knew. In the last 5 years, Izumi has fought for 2 dreams. Well, 3 actually. Going home with her mom, being the best trainer possible towards her loyal team, and becoming a hero that could save others with a smile on their face. Just like All Might, because that had been her oldest memory. Not hugging her parents, not playing with her best friend. It was All Might's debut video. It was a video where an unknown hero saved hundreds of lives from a horrible accident, never losing a smile on his face. A smile that gave hope. A smile that told the victims to not give up, that a hero was there, that help was there, that All Might was here to save you. And now All Might was really here, in front of Izumi, ready to save her. Izumi's brain failed to upload. She just stared at her role model, her favorite hero, the reason for her existence. And why the hell was the back of her head hurting, and why was her face facing the floor? Lop, lop, Lopunny. Ah! Lopunny slapped her to knock her out of her internal reverence. Izumi closed her eyes and breathed deeply. When she was sure she could keep her fangirl locked down, until the fight ended, then she would probably squeal like a 5-year-old. She straightened out and looked, and for fucking Arceus and Mew's sake, How many pros had been gathered? How had they arrived so quickly? Another slap came. This time, it was harder. It actually threw her head first to the ground. Thanks, Lucario, I think I got it. Someone chuckled above her. Well, she was embarrassed forever. Best to get up and continue on. Are you all right, young lady? All Might was talking to her. All Might was talking to her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Infinite grinning and cracking his knuckles. She shook her head and focused. Before she could try and speak, a noise interrupted them. An enraged voice coming from the wrecked restaurant they had ran from. I will kill you. All of you. You think you can stop me. Ha ha ha. I am Overhaul. I am the end of this sick and disgusting society. A bright light enveloped the restaurant. It shined so much that everyone was forced to close their eyes. When they finally opened them again, they were shocked at Overhaul's new appearance. What was once a family restaurant, without much of its front because of the current fighting, of course, now was a giant towering golem. The villain had merged himself with the entire structure, a creature of 20 meters tall and wide enough to push against the other buildings. A giant golem with Overhaul, S-shape was made from an amalgamation of all the different elements that made up the former restaurant. Metal, concrete, brick, wood, plastic, glass. And those were the easy ones to identify. What the hell's this? Some type of anime fight. Endeavor grumbled. The man's flames covered his face and part of his shoulders. Despite their brightness, they didn't feel hot, but warm. Izumi was used to heat. She had trained Infernape since he was a chimchar. All those years together, fighting side by side, perfecting all his moves, had given her an insight into the characteristics and qualities of fire, just by their color. Izumi knew that Endeavor kept his distinct flames warm, and that at any second he could turn the heat up. He already did this before Wash informed the gathered heroes. When I first arrived at the scene, a witness told me of how he took on some type of golem form, and then exploded. He may be targeting to do the same type of damage, but on a larger scale. The heroes frowned at that statement. Endeavor's flames grew in size and intensity. All Might's fist tightened and Best Genius frowned. Izumi had been away for many years, so she didn't recognize most of the other heroes gathered. She could recognize the dragon heroine, Ryukyu, the whale hero, Gang Orca, the lion hero, Shishido, and even the veteran-equipped hero, Yoroi Musha. But there were others there. Many. Heroes that came to Tokyo for the billboard announcements. Heroes that most likely followed the top 10 to an unknown but dangerous situation. Heroes that could easily imagine the disaster that Overhaul was capable of unleashing. Izumi frowned. Overhaul was a cornered animal, the most dangerous type of creature, one who had nothing to lose, one who would either surrender or fight to the death, and the villain had chosen the latter. Izumi closed her eyes and relaxed. She had to concentrate. She had to focus. She had to see beyond Overhaul's armor, beyond his quirk. She had to see him. She felt Lucario at her side. Her companion, too, was focused. He, too, was using his aura to see beyond Overhaul's physical appearance. Pokemon and Trainer opened their eyes and saw it. Before, when Overhaul had created the first golem, his aura had been in the center, in the shape of his body. The armor had been just that, an armor. Only small tendrils had connected it to Overhaul's body. Now it was different. Overhaul's aura, a dark, angry red filled with anger, rage, and hate, wasn't in the shape of a human body. It was intermingled with the materials that once made the restaurant, and that changed things. It's not like before, Izumi told them. The heroes stared at her. She focused and kept talking. Before it was just armor, a cover that he could destroy with no problem. Now he is the armor. He fused himself with the entire building. It means he can't use himself as a bomb without killing himself. His body, his mind, his soul, all that makes him is completely fused with the restaurant. Then defeating him will be harder, said Ryukyu. Without a real physical body, we can't know which quirks will hurt him and in which parts. And with that size and power, I fear that many will be hurt before we find out. Then we will defeat him before that happens, All Might proclaimed. The heroes stared at him. Some were in awe, others frowned, and the rest made sure to pay attention. Ryukyu MT Lady, your quirks allow you two to match his size. Please do your best to hold him. Endeavor, I need your help. The number 2 hero stared at the number 1. With our quirks combined, we can defeat him with one move and save this entire city. Endeavor's fist tightened. His face was unreadable, but he nodded. Izumi stared at Overhaul. The villain hadn't yet made any movement. He was stalling, waiting for the heroes to make a move. Why? Why not attack at that moment? Why not destroy everything? She doubted he could kill All Might, Endeavor, or any of the top 10 gathered there. But the golden rookies and the ones in the hundreds that probably came because the top heroes came, she feared for them. The fact that All Might had only called for 3 heroes in total meant that he feared the same. And then she realized it. The reason why Overhaul didn't T-move. Because he still had an ace. His quirk. The most powerful aspect of his quirk. Wait, she yelled. Young lady, don't with dash. Overhaul's quirk allows him to reshape anything he touches. Anything he can kill with one touch. What is it to say that that aspect is gone just because his physical form changed? He has been there, waiting for you to attack. Why? It makes no sense. Any other villain would have already tried to destroy and kill as many as he could. I think he is waiting to kill all the heroes that use physical confrontation. It does make sense, a flying hero said. 2 huge red wings sprouted from his back. His eyes were hidden by goggles, but she could feel them staring at her. His posture seemed relaxed, but it was fake. He was ready to move at a moment's notice, like an Arbok ambushing its prey. Or, in this case, a Staraptor more likely. Use me as bait. Izumi proposed. He wants me dead. He wants to kill me slowly, torture me, and destroy me. If he sees me, his self-control will explode. She was serious. She had protect Eri. She had promised Eri that after today she would be free, that she would have a childhood, a life. If Izumi had to risk her own life, if she had to die for that to happen, then so be it. Lopu, Cario, Ape, her team tried to follow her. No, I can't let anything happen to you guys, she said, shaking her head. They stared stubbornly at her, neither side willing to give in. I appreciate your warning, young lady, but don't worry. Nobody will die today. All Might smiled. It was his confident smile. The one he wore when a disaster struck. The one he wore when villains attacked. The one that said, everything will be fine. Wash's hand touched her shoulder. The pro smiled with his eyes at her, trying to calm her. She wanted to believe in them. She wanted to believe that everything would be fine, that the villain would be defeated, and that there would be a happy ending. She wanted that. So she waited. And she saw the heroes that she had admired since childhood save the day. The Dragoon heroine, Ryukyu, transformed into her dragon form while MT Lady, a young heroine no older than mid-20s, gave a cheery wave to the few spectators that were watching from the sidelines, and then her body grew until she matched Overhaul's new form. Both heroines struck at Overhaul. Overhaul stretched his arms, aiming towards their heads, killer intent visible on the air. But he missed, because they weren't alone. The flying hero sent a wave of feathers at Overhaul's eyes. The impact made the villain bellow in pain and clutch at his face. Using that advantage, MT Lady tackled him and jumped on top of him. She grabbed his arms and kept him in the air. That's when Ryukyu attacked. Her mouth opened, and then the Yakuza Lord screamed. Ryukyu bit both arms, causing great damage and pain to the villain. That's when All Might and Endeavor struck. All Might pulled his right arm behind his body as much as he could. With her aura sight, Izumi saw a golden light enveloping the number 1 hero. And in the center of his body, 7 lights, each of different colors, pulsing. All Might's quirk started to work. The air on his arm shifted, as if some strange force was calling for it, forcing it to bend to his will. All Might was creating a force of nature, all in one arm. MT Lady, Ryukyu now! Endeavor yelled. MT Lady grabbed Overhaul's body and threw him to the sky. Ryukyu grabbed him by his torso and pulled him higher. Then All Might moved. With a mighty yell, he attacked. Texas Smash! A shockwave was released from his arm up to the sky, directly at the villain. When Ryukyu heard All Might scream, she dropped him and evaded the attack. Endeavor also moved. His flames flashed and the heat increased. At her side, Infernape stared in wonder. As a fire type, he was amazed that a human could produce such powerful flames, more powerful than his own, even from some of his rivals. Prominence burn. Endeavor's flames met All Might's shockwave, and a fiery explosion crashed into Overhaul. The villain's screams were lost in the explosion. All that was left was in falling flaming wreckage in the sky, ready to crash against the city. But the heroes weren't idle at that. In mere seconds, the flaming debris was destroyed and reduced to ashes or simply vanished. Every hero gathered in that point aimed their quirk at the threat. By using different types of elemental quirks, kinetic quirks, and even a black hole, the threat was reduced. How? She asked. It's what makes us pros, young lady. Best Genist answered her. If we couldn't form a plan with the very minimum information, then we couldn't save the lives we save. Our instincts, our experience, that's what makes us pros. Izumi and her team looked at the heroes. In that moment, she remembered what the heroes were supposed to represent. Not glory or power. Something else. Something more important. Hope. Heroes mean hope. And Midoriya Izumi smiled because she felt hope for herself, for Eri, and for her team, and for their future. Today is Wednesday, August 6th. The time is 14:15. This is Detective Tsukauchi conducting an interview about the circumstances of Tuesday, August 5th. During this interview, I will use my quirk lie detector. Any falsehoods will be detected. In front of me is the person most involved in the past events. Please state your name and date of birth. Midoriya Izumi, July 15th. True. State your place of birth and family members. Mizurufu City. My mother's name is Midoriya Inko, and my father's is Midoriya Hisashi. True. Name your quirk. I am quirkless. True. Many heroes and civilians watch you command strange creatures, and you told them that you could see the villain named Overhaul Soul. All of that is true. However, the creatures that I commanded are not my creation or summoned by any type of quirk. My ability to sense aura and use it to strengthen myself isn't a quirk. It's a power that only a few are capable of manifesting. True. I will be completely honest. To understand what happened with Overhaul, I have to explain how I met my team and how I learned to control aura. It's a long story, but it is a good thing your quirk is called Lie Detect. That way, no one can accuse me of being crazy. True. Very well. Tell your story, Midoriya-san. When I was 4 years old, I was diagnosed as quirkless. I won T-Lie at hurt. It nearly destroyed me. Up until that day, my dream was to go to UA and become a great hero, one like All Might, one that saves others and brings hope along. And that day, I was told that I was useless and that I should just give up on my dreams and be realistic. But I still wanted to be a hero. I still dreamed of being a hero, no matter what the rest of the world told me. My family, schoolmates, teachers, and strangers, no one believed in me. I was a pariah at school. I don't blame the other children for how they treated me. They just behaved in the way they were taught. I was a freak. They were normals. I didn't have any friends. I was a single child born from single children, so there were no uncles, aunts, or cousins around. Both grandparents died, and my father worked overseas. My best friend, my ex-best friend, wouldn't talk to me. His family didn't know we drifted apart. I never told them. I didn't want to get him in trouble, and I still don't. All I had was my mom, and even she didn't believe in me. She was worried that I would get hurt or worse. I was a weak, quirkless girl after all. I never blamed her for thinking that. She was just worried. On my 10th birthday, my mom took me to the movies. A new All Might film had just premiered, and she had gotten tickets for both of us. And after that, we were supposed to go to a sign-and-greet event with some of the newest top 20. I was so excited. I could meet heroes in person. I didn't know how much my life was going to change. We never made it to the event. We didn't even make it to the movie. We were just walking towards a bus stop when it all went to hell. Villains attacked. They were trying to steal a truck, and it crashed into a traffic sign. Then the heroes intervened, and they all started to fight. The people wanted to either run away or see the fight more closely. I just wanted to find my mom. During the chaos, we go split. I couldn't see or hear her, so I just moved. I moved and moved until I was free from the mass of people running and panicking. That's when I heard him. A child screaming. Right in front of me. On the other side of the street, a toddler, no older than 4, was crying in front of his mother. She was lying on the ground. Her head was bleeding, and he was tugging her. She didn't respond. I was staring at the scene, my eyes glued there, when a flash of light called my attention. One of the villains was waving around some type of gun. It looked like a minigun but was more sleek and lighter, and instead of shooting bullets, it fired beams of light, beams that disappeared anything they touched. To be honest, it was a miracle that nobody got hit by those lights. The heroes were trying to take the gun from his hands, but he just waved it around threateningly. And when they surrounded him, he pointed toward the boy and his mother. That made the heroes stop cold. I don't remember thinking. I don't remember moving. All I know is that one moment I was watching, and the next I was running with all my strength toward the boy and his mother. I put my body in front of them, and then I felt it. The shot. It didn't hurt. I saw how my body was being enveloped in a bright light. I was sure that I was going to die. I just wanted to find my mom, to see her one last time. But before I could scream or turn my head, all became darkness. The only thing I regret is that I couldn't tell my mom how much I loved her before I died. After a while, light enveloped me again. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't on the street. I wasn't even in the city. I was in a valley, staring at the biggest mountain I have ever seen. That thing's crest wasn't visible. It was hidden deep in the clouds. And it was cold, not enough to freeze, but enough to feel it. That's when a small creature smashed into me. The crash made both of us fall to the ground on our butts. Imagine my surprise when my assailant was a bipedal blue dog with spikes on his knuckles and the size of a middle schooler. When he looked at me, he flinched and put his fists up like a boxer. He was hurt. His fur was matted with dirt and blood, and he had scratches on his body. And he was exhausted. Voices shouted near us. When he heard them, he went still, his breathing increased, and his pupils contracted. Whoever those men were, they were hunting him. I grabbed his front paw and led him behind some rocks, hoping they would pass by and not see us. It didn't work. They found us immediately. We were scared, trembling in fear. I didn't know where I was or what was going on. The men that surrounded us were followed by other creatures. All of them looked big and scary for my 10-year-old self. One looked like a rhino made of rock. There were snarling hounds with horns, and even giant metallic insects. That's when he saved us. Riley, my mentor, he just jumped in with his partner, Lucario, and beat them up. After he put the creatures in some strange balls and tied the men, he went towards us. It took a few questions before we both understood what was happening. I wasn't in Japan. Japan didn't even exist there. I was on another world, a version of Earth where humans never developed quirks, but instead shared a bond of trust and companionship with creatures called Pokemon. True. Wait. Pokemon? Another world? How? My guess is that the gun wasn't a disintegration weapon, but a teleporting device. One that could transport people to another dimension. I'm guessing that the gun was destroyed or something like that after I went missing. After the villain shot you, actually. One of the heroes took him down, and unfortunately, the gun got destroyed. During the investigation, it was found that the truck was delivering experimental technology for the black market. Since all the information was false and the case became public knowledge in the news, the ones in charge behind the technology destroyed all evidence and covered their tracks. Exactly, Midoriya-san. Well, my quirk says that you're being truthful. However, we will need blood tests to prove your real identity. I know. My story sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. I knew it would be difficult to believe. Well, I will continue on. When Riley realized that I wasn't from that world, that I was an alien, he contacted an old friend, an agent from the International Police, one that could be trusted to hide my real identity. He offered to teach me about their world, how to live there, and how to become a Pokemon trainer. True. Pokemon trainer? Someone that trains Pokemon. Someone who helps them learn new moves or attacks and grow stronger and evolve. Of course, if that's what the Pokemon wishes. The trainer license allows people to participate in the Pokemon League, the battle frontier, contests, etc. Of course, a person can have Pokemon and not be a trainer. Being a trainer is a hard profession. To earn money, one must win. Many leave after 1 year and follow other careers. True. And why did you choose to become a trainer? Because it was my best chance at going home. The concept of alternate dimensions was still a concept, a theory. There was little evidence of alternate dimensions and zero of alternate Earths. And all that information was kept locked on harder than Tartarus and Fort Knox together. High-level trainers could enter zones prohibited for common civilians. And it was those types of places where the investigations about alternate dimensions took place. True. So, Riley taught you the past 5 years? Was he the one who gave you the Pokemon that were with you? Not exactly. Wild Pokemon are captured through combat. If I tried to use a Pokemon that Riley or any other trainer captured, it would disobey me. Most Pokemon, especially the ones that wish to become strong, only obey trainers who have already proved their strength. True, and you proved it by capturing them. Exactly. The only exception are the starters, Pokemon gifted by the regional professor, who are bred to obey their rookie trainer. Of course, they can still disobey if they don't consider the trainer to be good or worth their time, but that's rare. My first Pokemon were actually 2, the little Riolu that I had met and the Chimchar that Professor Rowan gave me. After that, we spent a year together traveling all over Sinnoh, training, learning, and winning medals for the Pokemon League. True. What is that? The Pokemon League. A high-level competition. Trainers compete against each other in battles. The winner and the second best can challenge the Elite Four, and if they win, they earn the right to challenge a champion. The champion is the strongest trainer of the region, the one who protects it in case of danger. And you want to be the champion? What? No. I mean, fighting the Elite Four and the champion would be great. A real honor. No. My goal was to help my team get stronger and earn the right to enter the forbidden areas. The areas with clues about how to come home. I barely made it to the best 8 in my first league. After that, Riley told me to keep traveling, to visit the other regions and get stronger. And it's what I did. Johto, Kalos, Alola. I traveled there, participated in competitions to earn money, get stronger, capture more partners, and make new friends. True, until you finally returned. Alola was the key. They made a breakthrough in dimensional travel, and the agent told me about it. Most of my last year was spent there, waiting for scientists to make a good Earth-Earth connection. They just finished it last week, and well, that's when I crossed it and met Eri. True. That means we are moving on to recent events? Yep. Thanks for the water. My throat is getting parched. No problem. These interviews can be mentally taxing. When I came back, Eri crashed into me. Kind of like Riolu. Ha! Some guys wearing bird-like masks were following her, and well, I beat them up, left them tied up and with signs implicating them as perverts, so the police would keep them more time on the station and under vigilance. That way, their boss would have to be more cautious about his actions. True. That explains that strange report. Well, for this part, I will ask some questions. I already know the ending of this story. What interests me is why. Why lure the villain to Tokyo? Why not just go to the police or to a hero agency? Why did you have one of your Pokemon hide the rest after Overhaul was arrested? Because I didn't know who to trust. Eri was tortured for 4 years by a villainous organization that shouldn't exist. My Pokemon are alien creatures. And Eri has a powerful quirk. As far as I knew, if the heroes and the police didn't believe my story, then Overhaul would find us easier, kill me and my team, and keep Eri as his prisoner forever. And if they believed me and decided to take my Pokemon, or that Eri had to be watched for the risk her quirk entitled, I made a choice. The heroes' billboard started in less than a week. That meant that Tokyo would be swarming with heroes. It would be the safest moment to move. So we went to Tokyo. I knew that Overhaul would follow us. My plan was to distract and stall him until the heroes arrived and scared him away. I never thought that most of the top 10 would arrive with an army to arrest him. My goal was to make us visible, me and Eri, so that we couldn't be covered up. I had Galade hide the rest of my team until I could be sure that they would and tea be taken and experimented on. True, Ms. Midoriya. I just have one question. What do you want? I want to reunite with my mom. To hug her. I want Eri to have the childhood she should have had. I want my team by my side. I want to go to UA. You want to know what I want, Detective Tsukauchi? I want to be a hero. An impressive speech. Don, do you think true man? A young redhead asked Naomasa. The human lie detector nodded. The girl reminded him so much of his best friend. He felt the same conviction in Midoriya Izumi that he felt in Tashinori. So we agree on what to do? We do Hawks. Let's call Nizu. The detective smirked. He knew the little chimera would be thrilled with the entire situation. The best day of her life? When her sweet Izuku was born. The joy of seeing her little girl. And finally meeting that little bundle of joy. Of finally hugging her and feeling her in her arms. That was the best day of her life. The worst day of her life? For 6 years, she had thought it had been the day her little girl's world had been shattered. The day she had been diagnosed as quirkless. That night, seeing her daughter watch All Might's debut video over and over again, all the while struggling to not cry and trying to smile like her hero. Seeing the pain in her daughter's face when she didn't tell her that she still could be a hero. It had been heartbreaking. 6 years later, her daughter died, proving everybody wrong. She died saving a little boy and his mother. Her daughter died a hero. For the past 5 years, that has been the worst day of her life. When Izumi died, Inko couldn't leave the house. She couldn't work, eat, or bath. All she did was lay on her bed, hugging her daughter's favorite All Might cape, the one she used as a toddler. For an entire week, all she did was lay in bed, wanted to die and meet her baby girl again. If it hadn't been for Mitsu, she might have her best friend since college, Bakuga Mitsuki, a brash woman who broke into Inko's department upon seeing her state, went into action. Mitsuki bathed her, force-fed her, and signed her into a mental hospital. It took months of treatment for Inko to start moving and responding to the world. Every week her friends would come to visit. Even little Katsuki held her hand and cried while he thought she was asleep. His confession of missing Izumi and of hating himself for being the shittiest friend ever began to wake her up. It took months of treatment. Individual, group howl, with her friends, even Isashi, who came from the USA, to comfort her. Seeing her estranged husband so hurt and so heartbroken shook her. All he did was apologize. For not being there, for not being a good husband and father, for not protecting them. That night, 4 months after her daughter's death and 4 months after her world was destroyed, Inko stood in front of her mirror and forced herself to look, to stare into her own eyes. The same green eyes as her dear baby girl. She cried. She bawled like a baby and cried and cried. She fell asleep there, on the bathroom floor of her room in the psych ward. The next morning, she woke up fresh. Not good, but better. Her daughter was still dead. Her world was still broken. But she was alive. She was there. When Izumi was diagnosed as quirkless, her daughter didn't break. She suffered. She cried, but she didn't break. Izumi kept on. She kept saying that she would be a hero, one like All Might. And she did. She saved a life. 2 lives. Her daughter died as a hero. 6 months after her daughter died, Midoriya Inko went home. She and Hisashi talked and talked. In the end, they chose to finalize their divorce. The only reason they hadn't done it before was because Izumi was so young. Both had decided to finalize it when she was older and ready to understand it. Now, it didn't matter. For a while, she didn't know what to do. For years, she had been just a stay-at-home mom. Hisashi wired her money, and she took care of the household. Now she wasn't sure what she wanted to do. One day, she was buying groceries. While browsing, she heard some yelling. Curious, she followed the voices the back of the owner was screaming at a young man, calling him a thief. Inko crept closer and saw that the thief was just a teenager, a kid. His pink eyes were wide open, and he was trembling in fear. His lip was split open. The teller had a bat on his hands. Obviously, he had hit the boy. Wait, what's happening? She didn't know why she intervened. Something on the boy's scared face pushed her to it. This freaking monster tried to rob me. That's what happened. Move, lady. I'm giving this punk a lesson. The owner gripped his bat tighter with both hands, his eyes never leaving the kid's shaking form. The boy looked at Inko, his eyes filled with fear. Inko saw that his hands were holding a candy bar. Wait, he stole that bar? You want to punish him for that? What if he works for you to pay for the candy? Inko tried to intercede. It wasn't like the boy had a knife or tried to use a quirk to rob him. The man didn't have a single injury, while the supposed thief had blood coming from his lip. Why? So he can keep stealing? No, these monsters only know one language. He wants to be a delinquent. Then let him know what awaits him. The man kept screaming. Inko looked into his eyes. Whenever he saw the boy, he would look disgusted. That's when she understood. It wasn't about robbery. It was about quirks. Because the boy had a mutant-type quirk. He resembled an anthropomorphic lizard, with pink hair and pupils. Inko's fist clenched. Quirkish asshole. She forced herself to calm down. Anger won't help anybody. Very well. What's your name, sweetie? She asked the young mutant. The boy flinched and stared at her. She smiled, trying to look friendly. Iguchi shuichi ma am. Can you give me the candy? He hesitated. His fingers twitched over the packet, but in the end gave her the bar. Inko smiled and went to the teller. I would like to buy this candy bar, please. Both men blinked. Iguchi stared at her with his mouth wide open, while the owner went red-faced. What the hell are you doing? Is this some type of joke? He asked angrily. Of course not. Legally speaking, for young Iguchi to steal from you, he must leave the store with an unpaid item, or made an intent of taking something with or without violence from your person with the intent of running. Young Iguchi made none. He grabbed a candy bar, and you stopped him before he could leave. Actually, considering we are still in the candy aisles, you intercepted him before he could even leave the store. Do you have a quirk that allows you to know when someone wants to steal? If so, then it must be in the quirk registry, right? If not, then you've been following this young man here just because of his mutant-type quirk, and that constitutes cause for quirk discrimination. Inko stared at the racist store owner with a smirk on her face. So, Mr. Teller, which option is it? The man was so mad that his forehead veins were all bulged out. It was obvious what his intentions were, and he knew that she knew it. Or, you let me buy this candy bar and let young Iguchi leave. There is no need to call the police or the heroes. Deal. He stared at her. His face got angrier and angrier. Finally, he nodded toward the front, and he left. Inko grabbed her groceries and motioned for Iguchi to follow her. After paying for their things, they left. When they got to the street, Inko put her hand on the young mutant's shoulder. Here, your candy. Iguchi stared at her in wonder. Thank you, he said, grabbing the bar and gulping it down in a few seconds. Why? Why did you help me? Nobody does. Iguchi stared at the ground with a bitter look. If you wanted to hurt him or make money, you would have used a gun or your quirk. You just wanted something to eat. How dash, my late daughter loved heroes. She would analyze their quirks and their cases. She would analyze why people would commit certain types of crimes. Stealing a candy bar is something a daring child or a hungry person would do. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. She would have helped you. She tended to put herself in front of children who were bullied and let them hit her instead. I guess I wanted to do something that would make her feel proud of me. I bet she is. I would. Iguchi smiled at her. Here, this is my number. If you need to talk or something. She handed him a card. He blinks at the information. You're a lawyer? It's that how you knew so much about laws? I mostly work from home, with a few consultations and things like that. But yes, I studied law. Thanks again, Midoriya-san. You're welcome. Iguchi-kun. While watching Iguchi leave, Inko knew what she wanted to do, what she had to do. A few weeks after their first encounter, Iguchi called her one morning. Hey, it's Iguchi. You know, the kid you saved from that jerk. Hi, Iguchi-kun. I know. I remember you. How are you? Fine. I'm fine. I don't mean to look like a creep, But I was reading the job section, and well, I read you were looking for assistance, and I went terok now if I would hire him. What? Would you hire me? As your assistant, I mean? He asked hesitantly. Iguchi, how old are you? 18. Iguchi can... Okay. 15. But I can work. I swear, I'm not a bum. It's just, people see me and don't see a person. They see a freak. I don't remember the last time someone talked to me like a person. Inko's heart clenched. It was because of those like Iguchi Izumi, and even herself that she chose to restart her law career. Iguchi, I can't hire a minor who doesn't have the qualifications to be my assistant, but I can offer a minor who has a GED to be an intern. After that, Inko introduced Iguchi to her friends. The poor boy's face at seeing Mitsuki argue with Katsuki was a little funny, especially when explaining that no, Katsuki wasn't being abused by his mother. It's just that both Bakuguas were too hard-headed and only knew how to communicate that way. 8 months after her daughter's death, Inko opened her own law firm, an office specializing in quirk discrimination. By that time, Iguchi had been working hard to get his GED. He lived with other homeless teenagers who were working on getting their own GEDs and legal emancipation. When Inko started the paperwork to open her own firm, she knew that she would be battling against big opponents. No matter how much humans evolved, they would still find a reason to discriminate against each other. In the golden age of quirks, where men and women, young and old, had powers, it was the nature of the quirks that caused a rift. Her research showed her that those born with mutant-type quirks were discriminated against because of their physical appearance. The more inhuman the looks, the worse the treatment. It didn't matter the heroes like Cementos or Gang Orca were mutant types and had saved hundreds of lives. Mutant types were seen as monsters, as mistakes that had to be wiped out. In the cities, it only happened in the poorest sections. However, there were reports of children being killed or tortured by their own parents just for their quirk. It made her sick. Children were innocent. They didn't ask to be born, much less what they would look like. 5 years after her daughter's death, Midoriya Inko's life was good. It was not great. The hole in her heart would never allow it. It was the giant rift that ripped her heart in two and nearly killed her. It was a scar, a constant reminder that something important, someone irreplaceable, was missing. Before, just thinking about Izumi tore her apart. The pain was all-consuming. Now, the pain was still there, but Inko focused on the good memories. Birthdays, holidays, playing together, studying together. A tint of sadness was ever present, but it didn't destroy her. Inko-san, this is a report of the Wildcat case. Are you sure you want to take care of this one? It involves a homicide. Kuroda Nagisa, one of her top investigators, handed her the file. The man was a private detective, a 30-ish year old man who made a living working for private attorney firms like Inko. Of course, Inko was only able to afford him when her numbers went up. Kuroda was a good, solid investigator. He didn't betray a contract unless the other person tried to screw him over. The two had a good working partnership. I'm sure. My informant told me to look beyond the crime scene. They have reason to believe that the murder was pushed towards its limits by long-term quirk discrimination. I will admit there are some shady things when it comes to family, but it will still be a hard case. It may put some people against you. I already have the entire creature rejection clan, and the old followers of Destro against me. Yeah, and some heroes that only care about their paycheck, and probably the heads of the hero commission. Souchi added cheekily. The mutant, now in his 20s, had changed a lot in the last 5 years. He was no longer a shy, distrustful boy, but a confident young man. As Inko had promised, the moment Shuchi presented a GED, she offered him a position as her intern and later on, as her personal assistant. At first, Shuchi feared that Inko was trying to replace her late daughter with him, and that, when Inko realized that, she would cut ties with him. She had quickly shut down that idea. Izumi was Izumi, and Shuchi was Shuchi. Neither one was replaceable. They weren't a computer or a coffee machine. They were people. Shuchi had cried so hard when she explained that. I guess I better contact Kid and her friends to shadow you for a while, he joked. Inko rolled her eyes. She was about to respond when her personal phone rang. An unknown number. Hello, who is this? Hello, this is Tamakawa Sansa from Mustafasa Police. Is this Midoriya Inko's phone number? Yes, I am her. How can I help you? Good. Midoriya-san, I don't mean to alarm you, but we need you to come to Tokyo Grand Hospital as soon as possible. What? Is somebody I know hurt? Hisashi? One of my co-workers or clients. She didn't know anyone from Tokyo. Most of her clients and friends were from Izuku and its surrounding prefectures. The best she could think of was that one of her clients was staying in Tokyo for some reason, and she was their only contact. I am sorry, but at this time I can't say much. Nobody is in danger, but a situation has happened that involves your name. Please come as soon as possible. When you arrive, ask for Detective Tsukachi. He will explain better. Good day. Okay, thanks. I will take the next train. Inko said. Something was happening. Something strange. She turned toward Shuchi. Give the Wildcat case to Omida. Tell him analyze it and to look for any points in our favor. If there is an emergency, then call Atsumoto. She is the next in command. Nagisa-san, your check will be deposited in your account in a few minutes. I already made the transfer. With that said, she took her purse and left. Whatever was going on was important. She knew it, and Tokyo had the answers. Even with the fastest train, the trip from Izuku to Tokyo lasted around 3 hours. That, plus the traffic, made it so that Inko arrived at Tokyo Grand Hospital by late afternoon. She was tired and hungry. Her plan for that hour was to be at the Bakugas, watching Mitsuki and Katsuki destroy their taste buds with their spicy foods. But she had to be there. She knew it. Some primal, instinctual part of herself knew it. When she arrived, she saw some police cars around the block. And the undercover cops placed around the perimeter had her internal alarms on. She gave her name to the officers in front of the hospital and the name of Detective Tsukachi. After that, they made some calls, and a tall, black-haired man came. Midoriya-san, a pleasure. I am Detective Tsukachi. I know you have some questions, and I will do my best to answer them. However, it's best if this conversation happens inside, away from the public's ears. The detective motioned with a subtle nudge of his head towards the hospital. Very well, but I expect honesty. I want to know what is so important that I had to come to the capital immediately. Inko followed the officer. The further they went, the heavier the police detail. Was this about her latest case? Did they find the murderer and know she was investigating the case? Finally, they entered a room. It seemed like a normal office. A couple of chairs, computers, a water cooler, and some snacks. The detective sat down and made a gesture toward Inko. Silence filled the room. Midoriya-san, this type of situation is never easy to explain, more when it sounds as fantastical as it is. I will start by saying that we did every test known to man, and they all came back positive. So all I will tell you, no matter how strange, is true. I don't understand. Tests? What's happening? Inko was confused. A few days ago, a villain attack happened near Tokyo. The villain nearly destroyed the city and actually banished 2 buildings before the heroes stopped him. I remember reading something like that. Many pro-heroes gathered together and stopped him, including some of the top 10, right? Indeed. 2 heroes heard of the original attack and went to intervene. All Might heard about it, and well, the man never liked the idea of standing still when he could help. The other heroes decided to follow, mostly to see All Might in action, but also to help. And how does that involve me? Detective Tsukachi sighed. He drank his tea and then answered, because a teenager 15 years old claiming to be Midoriya Izumi was involved. Crash. Her cup fell to the ground. No, it wasn't possible. Her daughter was dead. She was disintegrated by some strange weapon wielded by a monster. My daughter is dead. I saw for myself how her body disappeared. I didn't even have ashes to bury. All I have to remember her are pictures. The closest thing to a resting place are the flowers and the murals some kids painted on that street. I know Midoriya-san. I asked the detectives assigned to your daughter S case. I interrogated this girl myself. I was even present when she gave her blood to be analyzed and received the results a few hours later. All came back positive. Your daughter was disintegrated or vaporized like we thought at first. She was teleported to another place. And by her own admission, it took her 5 years to return. The detective kept talking. He recounted part of the story this girl told him. Her past, so familiar and haunting. Her arrival on another Earth. How she survived there with the help of others, and how she even captured some strange creatures. She talked to these creatures as friends. Inko felt as if in a daze. Part of her wanted to denounce this girl as a fraud. She didn't want to believe or hope. When Izumi had died, she had kept some hope. There was no body, so maybe she wasn't dead. Maybe she was kidnapped. But the more the days passed, the more reality overcame hope. I want to see her. This girl. I don't care what your tests say. I need to see her for myself. A mother knows. If she is a fraud, I will know it. Detective Tsukachi nodded and got up. He led her towards another room, one in the private section. Whatever that girl had done, it was obvious that they wanted to keep her safe. The police officers didn't even hide their guns in this part of the hospital. Only a couple of doctors and nurses walked across the hallways, all with their name tags visible on their chests. 2 officers custodied the room. Tsukachi showed his badge, and they nodded. He entered first. Inko stood there. She breathed in and then exhaled. Whatever comes, she had to be ready. Inko crossed the doorway, telling herself to not feel hope. The room was a common hospital room. A large window showing the street view, a TV screen hanging from the wall, a second door leading toward the private bathroom, a nice couch for visitors and the bed, and a ghost was on the bed, a ghost from the past. Her hair was a dark green, her eyes a brilliant emerald, and diamond-shaped freckles covered her cheeks. Except for her tan skin, she looked exactly how she imagined Izumi would look as a teenager. A smaller girl was with her. She was younger. Her hair was white, and her eyes were red. A small horn stood on her forehead. There were bandages covering her arms. The girl looked at Tsukachi and Inko with distrust. She was hugging the older girl and trying to hide. Inko had seen that behavior in some of the children that she represented. What hurt you most that day? She asked her. If she really was her daughter, if she really was Izumi, then she would understand that question. Green stared at Green. The girl's lips twitched and a sad smile formed on her face. That you just apologized over and over for something you couldn't control, and that you couldn't muster the strength to lie to me. Inko's eyes started to dampen, and her tears flowed without control. Her hands started to shake, and she covered her mouth. Izumi, too, started to cry, and her tears, too, flowed uncontrollably. The so-called baby bawling of the Midoriyas, crying like babies whenever they were too emotional. Before they knew it, mother and daughter were hugging with all their strength. Inko would hold her daughter's face in her hands, staring at the young woman that was emerging and at all the changes she had missed in the last 5 years. Izumi, too, stared at her. Both of their visions were blurry, but they were happy. At that moment, the hole that existed on both of their hearts, the hole that formed 5 years ago and remained as a scar, finally healed. Eri didn't remember what her life was like before the bad men and the surgery room. She didn't remember her parents, their faces, their voices. Sometimes, at night, when she was alone in her bedroom, if she concentrated hard enough, she could remember some voices. 2 men, kind and loving, and a woman, at first kind too, but then her voice was filled with rage and disgust. All she knew was pain and solitude. The men that followed Overhaul weren't her friends. They didn't care for her. Eri was just a tool for Overhaul's plans. Her happiness wasn't important. All they cared about was her curse. It was all she was good for after all. Her curse. She hated it. Her curse. Because of it, she didn't have a daddy or a mommy. Because of it, she was cut open and disfigured. No matter how much she cried or begged, they just kept cutting. And her curse wouldn't even help her. At first, when Overhaul started his experiments, her curse would react and explode like a bomb. But it never worked against him. He knew how to protect himself. With time, her curse stopped acting. That made him angry. He wanted her curse to act. So he made her feel more pain, much more pain until she passed out. For a long time, all she knew was pain and misery. Until one day, she overheard some of her guards talking. Apparently the young master was in Japan. He was in another country, managing a business deal with some cartel, but he would return in 1 week. At that moment, Eri felt something she had never felt before. Hope. She felt hope. At least that's what her few books describe hope felt like. Her guards weren't hard to fool. All she did was pretend to feel sick. Very sick. Their fear of something bad happening to her overcame their fear of exposing her to the authorities. Using the secret tunnels, they took her from her cell and to a car. The moment Eri saw the car, she faked barfing. When they put her on the ground, she bolted as fast as she could. She ran and ran and ran. In her mind, if she ran forever, then they would never find her. And then, when her body was getting weaker, when her legs burned from the strain, and her heart was bursting, Izumi found her. The older girl protected her and saved her. When the men came for her, Izumi beat them up and then found them a safe place to hide. Izumi got her new clothes and even some paint, so her white hair wouldn't be so noticeable. That night was the best of her life. She was away from the compound, and someone was hugging her and humming a lullaby until she fell asleep. When she awoke, Eri was sure it was all a dream. She had been so happy to see Izumi sitting in front of her, eating some strange pink and curvy fruit. "Hey, sleepyhead, how are you? Want some? It's really sweet. If not, I have some other things." Other berries and a few cookies. She put other fruits on a blanket. They were different colors and shapes. Eri had never seen anything like that. "Do you have apples?" she asked timidly. She didn't want to sound spoiled, but she really liked apples. It was one of the few nice things that they gave her after the experiments. Let me look. Maybe here?" No. 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 Finally, one tasty, sweet apple coming up. Eri wanted to smile when Izumi gave her her favorite food, but she couldn't. She didn't know how to smile. Izumi smiled for her. Both girls ate quietly. When Eri finished her apple, a water bottle was placed in front of her. She drank it and thanked her savior. "Eri, we can't stay here. I have an idea, but I will need your help. And for that, I need to know who the men that were after you are and if you know what they want." Izumi asked her with a calm look. Eri started to shake. Thinking of them and of the room filled her with fear. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She froze. Her horns started to itch. No, please. She had to control it, but she didn't know how. Her breath became more labored. She had to warn Izumi. She needed to get away before it was too late, but her voice wouldn't come. Izumi tried to get closer, but Eri didn't let her. She ran towards the other side of the room and yelled, "No, stay away. Please, I can't control it." Eri's tears blurred her vision. A light shone from her horn. Pain came, and then it went away. Eri cried. She was sure her curse had taken Izumi away from her, just like with her parents. Strong arms hugged her. Her head was pulled against a soft and warm chest. "Sure, that's okay, Eri. Focus on my breathing. Can you feel it? In, out, in, out." Just like that. "Don't worry. We have all the time in the world." Izumi's voice was calm and soothing. There was no rage or disdain, only care. Eri followed her breathing. In, out, in, out. A wave of exhaustion crept over her. Before she knew it, her eyes closed. When she regained consciousness, her head was laying on Izumi's lap. The greenie was brushing her hair and smiling at her. Eri wanted to cry. She couldn't. Remember the last time someone had been so nice to her. "Eri, I know this is hard. All I want to do is snap my fingers and make everything good. But I can't. I don't think anybody can. A quirk like that would be so OP, don't you think?" "What is a quirk? Nobody told you?" Eri shook her head. A quirk is a gift, a power that most of the world has. Some quirks are similar, but each one is different. A gift? But I don't have a gift. I'm cursed. Everything that I touch is destroyed. She said, what everyone had told her entire life. Eri, I want you to listen to me closely. They stared at each other's eyes. Whoever told you that you were cursed is an idiot. Izumi's bluntness shook her. There was no hesitation in her eyes. She truly believed in what she said. Izumi suddenly grinned. I have an idea. How about you say that the person who told you that is really stupid? I bet that would make you feel better. Could she do it? She wasn't sure. She wanted to try. Oh, she couldn't do it. She wasn't strong. She was weak. Izumi's hand gripped hers. She grabbed hers too. Overhaul is really stupid, she whispered. Izumi's eyes encouraged her. Overhaul is really stupid, she said, wanting to be confident. Overhaul is really stupid. She wanted to be brave. Overhaul is really stupid. She wanted to be like Izumi. He is the stupidest. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Somehow, she felt better, as if saying what she felt lightened her. Izumi smiled and hugged her. You did great, Eri. Now I'm going to explain my plan. But don't you need what I know? Not right now. I shouldn't have pressured you. It was my mistake. I won't deny that knowing about Overhaul won't help, but I won't force you to speak about it until you're ready, Eri. She nodded. Izumi was so kind and nice. She wanted to help her, but she was right. Eri wasn't ready. Her throat tightened whenever she thought about it. In a few days, many heroes will be in Tokyo and its surrounding areas. We need to be there at that time. So we will stall, take different buses and trains with no destination in mind. We will hide in cheap motels with different names and identities. I will dye my hair black so we can pretend to be sisters. That means that I will call you Muro and you will call me Nei-chan. Nei-chan. Do you prefer Nei-san or Anu? Izumi-ne? She asked the older girl. Izumi's face went red. It's best if we don't say our names. That way, it would be harder for them to find us. But if you want, you can call me that too. Okay. Eri nodded. She liked that. Calling Izumi her sister felt good. It felt right. Izumi reached into her bag. She pulled a ball. It was small. The top half was blue with red stripes, and the bottom half was white. A button marked the middle. This ball here is special, Eri. With this, you can summon a powerful knight named Sir Plushy. If Overhaul or anyone else who wants to hurt you comes near you, then all you have to do is push this button twice and point forward. And he will protect you, Eri, because he is a really powerful knight. And she was right. Sir Plushy protected her. When Overhaul found them, when he threatened to kill Izumi to punish her, Eri was afraid. No, she was terrified. But Izumi-ne wasn't scared. She was there, and Eri had to be brave. Sir Plushy was amazing. He hadn't flinched at the sight of Overhaul. He put himself in front of both of them, like the knight Izumi-ne proclaimed him to be. Then Sir Plushy grabbed her, and then he did something that made the world twist. 1 second they were on the alleyway, in front of Overhaul, and the next they were back again in the same warehouse she and Nei-chan had first hidden in. Eri, don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. A man's voice spoke in her head. She turned. There was no one there. Just her and Sir Plushy. Sir Plushy? He nodded. My real name is Galade. Sir Plushy is a nickname Izumi gave me, so that you could call me that. Oh, so I can't call you Sir Plushy? Galade sighed. No, you can. But only you. And please don't tell Izumi. She sucks at giving nicknames. When she finally becomes a hero, somebody will have to help her come up with a good hero name. Okay, thank you. Sir Plushy, you're welcome, Eri. Why can I hear your voice in my head? Is it your quirk? Even after talking with Nei-chan about quirks, she still wasn't sure about them. Nei-chan promised her that after Overhaul was arrested, she would get someone to teach Eri how to control her quirk, so she wouldn't be afraid of it. Humans have quirks. I'm not a human. I'm a Pokemon. My species has psychic abilities, and one of them allows me to communicate with my mind. Don't worry, I'm not reading your mind. I am just projecting my thoughts toward your mind. All your thoughts are safe. That made her breathe again. Her mind was the only thing that neither Overhaul nor his men had broken. Oh! She was scared of them. She was terrified. But she had escaped. She had confronted him. Nei-chan would be proud. Wait, Nei-chan. She wasn't here. Where's Izumi? Why isn't she here? Izumi is stalling Overhaul with her other Pokemon. Remember, it's part of her plan. They will show the world his real face, and the heroes will capture him. As soon as it's safe, she will call me, and we will teleport back. Nei-chan can call you with her mind? He nodded, pleased. Izumi caught me when I was still a Ralts. Part of our bonding involved forming a mental link. Even if we were in different parts of the world, our link is strong enough to communicate with each other. Wow, Sir Plushy must be really powerful to be able to do that. Neither talked. Eri was nervous. She wanted to believe in her Nei-chan. Wanted to believe that Overhaul would be defeated and that she and Izumi would live happily forever after, like in her books. It felt like forever before Galade spoke. It's done. Overhaul was defeated. Izumi is okay. A little banged up, but fine. It was done. He was gone. She was free. She couldn't believe it. She had to see it. She needed to see it. I want to go. I want to see Nei-chan. Sir Plushy nodded. He kneeled and spread his arms. She went and let him grab her. It was comfy, not like when Overhaul grabbed her. With him, it felt as if she was a thing, a possession. With Sir Plushy, it felt like having an older brother. Hang on, he warned her. She clung tighter and closed her eyes. When she opened them, they weren't at the warehouse. They were in the street. It was filled with so many people. With heroes. She didn't know their names. She only knew they were heroes based on Izumi's descriptions. Her Nei-chan liked to talk about the heroes a lot. There were flashes and yelling. The policemen formed a barrier against people with cameras who, for some reason, were screaming. Nei-chan was next to some heroes. Two of them were really tall and muscly. One was blonde, and he had a smile on his face. The other had fire covering parts of his face. He wasn't smiling. Maybe because of the fire? Another hero had big red wings. He looked younger than the first two. There was also a blonde man wearing jeans on his face, and a washing machine. Nobody had noticed that they were there. Eri wanted to run towards her Nei-chan, hug her, and never let go again. Before she could, a man yelled, "You! This is all your fault, Eri. You think you will get to live a happy life now. You're a cursed being, Eri. All you touched eyes. Just like your father. You think these heroes will protect a cursed child like you. Ha! You dash." Overhaul was being held by two policemen. There were bruises and gashes on his face. His mask was gone and his hands bound. The moment he saw, he started to yell and struggle. Nei-chan's fist shouted him up. Her fist was so strong that it made him fall to the ground. Eri is not cursed. She is kind and smart. She is good. She is innocent. The only cursed being here is you. If you say anything bad about her again, then you will never speak again. I don't care if that makes me a criminal. Nei-chan's speech had everybody staring at her. She just went to Eri and knelt down. Eri, it's done. No matter what, I promise you'll be free. No matter what. Eri didn't wait. She jumped into Izumi's arms and hugged her with all her strength. She cried. She felt Nei-chan's tears on top of her head. She never wanted this to stop. But, of course, it had to stop. Excuse me, young lady, but we need to ask you some questions. An officer interrupted them. Izumi smiled at her and rubbed her head. She took Sir Plushy's ball from her hand and gave it to Sir Plushy alongside her belt and bag. Hide until I call you. Trust no one, but don't hurt anybody unless you're in danger, she ordered him. He nodded and disappeared. The officer flinched and stared at Nei-chan. She stared back. I will answer any questions about myself and about Eri, but I won't risk my team's safety. Until I can get an official, written, and signed assurance that no member of my team will be taken from me, experimented with, or do anything else that I don't like, then they will stay hidden. Also, I want an official statement that Eri will have a good family, one that loves her and treats her like one of their own. Kids these days, huh? The winged man came closer. He was smiling. Don't worry, officer. I will take responsibility for these two. Are you sure, Hawks? The officer asked the hero. Yep, This girl here reminds me of me. You know, except for the lack of feathers, of course. He was grinning. Eri was used to fake smiles. She had seen them her entire life. Hawk's smile wasn't fake. It was real. She turned towards Nachon and nodded. She frowned but nodded back. After that, they were taken to a hospital. When the doctors and nurses wanted to examine her, she became so scared that Nachon held her against her chest and started to hum. After some arguing, they left. A few hours later, a small woman came. She was closer to Eri's size than Nachon, but she was really old. She even had a weird cane. For some reason, Nachon started to stutter when she saw the old lady. Why you are the juvenile heroine? Recovery girl? The renewed hero healer? Eri was sure that Nachon's scream could be heard to the moon. Why did I leave my notebook with Galade? I could have the best healer in the world signature. Wait, does Recovery Girl do signings? I don't remember hearing about it. But I also don't remember reading about her refusing to sign for a fan. Young lady, if you keep mumbling, then I will just be bones and ashes, Recovery Girl told her. Nachon blushed and apologized. Recovery Girl just chuckled and smiled. Now, what is your name, young one? My name is Chio, but everybody calls me by my hero name. Ieri Madam. What a cute name for a cute girl. Tell me, do you like lollipops? What are lollipops? They are a type of candy. They come in different flavors. Even apple, Nachon explained. Eri's eyes widened. Apple candies. Apple candies? Her mouth watered at that thought. Here, one red and one green. Eri put the red one in her mouth. It truly tasted like apples. So tasty. Thank you, Chio-san. No problem. Now, I need to examine you to make sure you are healthy. I will explain each procedure before we start, okay? Can Izumi be with me the whole time? She didn't want to leave Nachon. Of course, she needs an exam too. Here is an idea. How about Izumi goes first and then you? Chio-san was really kind and nice. First, she showed them the medical equipment she would use, and then explained while examining Nachon. When she saw the needle, she was afraid, but Nachon just smiled and relaxed. When it came to Eri's turn, she was nervous. Except for the needles, nothing looked like the tools Overhaul used in the surgery room. And Chio-san never stopped smiling. Overhaul never smiled at her. He never spoke to her with care, only with disgust and indifference. But she was brave, like Nachon showed her. In the coming days, officers and other people came to speak with both of them. At first, they wanted to interrogate them separately. Nachon went first, alone, while Chio and a kind officer named Sansa played with her old board games. When it was her turn to speak with the officers, Izumi stood by her side. When she cried, she hugged her. During the night, they put their beds together and cuddled. A few days later, a woman showed up. One of the detectives who had interrogated them, Detective Tsukachi, came with her. Eri liked the detective. He hadn't yelled or glared at her. When Eri couldn't keep talking about her past and the bad men, he would just sit and wait. Even Izumi liked him. She said he was smart and that he didn't seem like a bootlicker who only knew how to parrot back. Whatever that meant. The woman's hair and eyes were the same shade as her Nachon. She kind of looked like Nachon. What hurt you the most that day? She asked. Her eyes wouldn't leave Izumi's eyes. Eri didn't understand that question, but Izumi did. That you just apologized over and over for something you couldn't control, and that you couldn't muster the strength to lie to me. The woman started to cry. Nachon, too. Then they were both hugging in the middle of the room. They would stare at each other, then hug, all the while crying. Eri had never seen so many tears in her life. Was that Izumi's quirk? Producing so many tears? Nachon, she asked timidly. She didn't want to interrupt, but she was curious. Who was that woman? Why were both of them crying so much? Nachon looked at her. Tears still flowed down her face, but she was smiling. She broke from a hug and held her hand. Eri, this lady here is one of the most important people in my life. Just like you. She is my mother, Midoriya Inko. She gives amazing hugs, makes the best cat sit on in the world, and does her best to cheer you up. She is the best mother ever. The woman, Nei-chan's mother, cried while listening. Mom, she said, turning towards her, this little girl here is Eri. She is the sweetest and kindest kid ever, and she is my Mudo. I don't care what other people say or do. Eri will always be my Mudo. Eri's eyesight was blurry. She was crying. Nei-chan wasn't going to abandon her. She wasn't going to leave her. Izumi-ne's mother kneeled in front of Eri. She smiled at her and offered her hand. Eri tentatively grabbed it and shook it. Hi, Eri. You can call me Inko or Inko-san if you wish. It's your special privilege for being my daughter's little sister. She winked. Eri's lips tried to twitch, to move, to smile. But it wouldn't come. Detective, how do we proceed? What do I have to sign to take both of them with me? I have an emergency foster license for cases like these. Both? You want me to? She was confused. Somebody wanted her? Someone who had never met her and who never even spoke to her? Inko-san was definitely like Izumi-ne. Both were kind and good. Of course I do. You're Izumi's Mudo. That means you're part of my family. Family. She never had that. Maybe, then if Inko-san was Nei-chan's mother, then she could be... The situation is a little more complicated, Midoriya-san. Eri doesn't have a birth certificate or any type of documentation. We know she is not related to Overhaul. Blood tests prove that. However, there's no match for missing children or missing adults. Documentation is still being made for her, and your daughter was declared dead during the trial. We are still dealing with that. Also, despite her collaboration, she still refuses to provide her Pokemon or any evidence of supposed alternative Earth she claims to have lived in the past 5 years. Like I said, I want on paper and signed by the necessary authorities that none of my Pokemon will be experimented on, taken away from me, or killed. I'm not asking for them to be recognized as citizens, not even as the cognitive creatures they are. I just want an assurance that they will be safe. That's all. A very respectable request, if I say so myself. A voice said. She didn't recognize it. It was male, but more squeaky. She couldn't see the owner. Down here, young lady, the voice said. It was right in front of the door. It was small, smaller than her, covered in white fur, with a scar across its right eye. It looked like a mix between a mouse and a bear, and it was wearing clothes. What am I? A mouse? A dog? A bear? Who knows? Principal Nizu, punctual as ever, the detective said. Midoriya-san, Izumi-san, Eri-san. This one here is Nizu, a pro hero. He is the principal of UA. Why does the principal of UA want to speak with us? Inko-san asked. Eri, too, was confused. Nei-chan told her UA was the best hero school in Japan, maybe of the world. Why would the principal want to talk to them? Shouldn't he be very busy? For 2 simple reasons. First, Eri-chan's quirk, her blood tests, the information that your daughter was able to gather, and the few things that Overhaul reveal imply that young Eri here has a very powerful and possibly dangerous quirk if not controlled. As a teacher, it's my most important duty to help the young control their quirks to their best. Young Eri will need not only the best teachers, but also the facilities and ways to experiment without fear. I offer that. Why? Izumi-ne asked. I respect your mother a great deal. She is a spokeswoman for anti-quirk discrimination. I still remember her speech about how society unintentionally creates villains out of nowhere by creating the concept of villain quirks. Eri's quirk is dangerous. You know it, young Midoriya. It's why you chose this route, the public one. You wanted the world to know Eri existed so that no one could use her or hurt her without there being serious public repercussions. A smart move, he started to grin. Your mother has a foster license. If we imply that Eri will be tutored by UA's best teachers, then nobody can deny Inko-san's petition to foster. And then, when 6 months pass, who would deny an adoption by a respected lawyer and mother of a hero student? Wait, what? Izumi-ne blinked. Eri was confused, too. Nizu-san spoke a lot. Me, a hero student? But how? Nizu's grin widened. And here comes my second reason. Midoriya-san, how would you like to become a hero alongside your Pokemon? Are you ready, Miss Midoriya? Yes. Good. Remember, this test is just to prove your current academic skills. As soon as you finish one segment, we will move on to the next. There will be a lunch break, and you can ask for a rest whenever you need. Izumi nodded. One of the stipulations was that she had to prove her academic abilities, to prove she could handle UA's regular classes. She wasn't worried. One of the things Riley had insisted on during his mentorship was that Izumi keep studying. Even after their year together ended, Izumi made sure to keep learning. Math, biology, science, history, and geography. She downloaded self-learning packets and made sure to complete them. She knew history and geography would be her worst subjects. After all, she wasn't able to keep up with Japanese history and its topography while living on another planet. Nizu's plan had been meticulous. Proving that Izumi was still alive was actually easy. The only reason they declared her dead was because her body never showed up. The blood test, the testimony of a doctor whose quirk allowed him to detect family relations, and Detective Tsukauchi's testimony verified that she was Midoriya Izumi, the only daughter of Midoriya Hisashi and Midoriya Inko. Her mom just had to sign some paperwork and show that her department was a suitable home for a minor to regain her custody. Eri's case had been trickier. The fact that there were no documents for her actually helped their case. Both Principal Nizu and her mother made a united front against Child Protective Services and didn't leave their offices until her mom got emergency custody of Eri. She didn't know what type of trick the Chimera had pulled, but part of the deal was that Eri had to be schooled at UA by their teachers, not only in how to control her quirk, but also in regular classes. Eri's academic tests proved that she could read, write, and some, but that was it. Apparently, one of Overhaul's underlings took pity on her once and gave her some lessons on how to read and write and gave her some books so she wouldn't be too bored. By sheer luck, one was about math. Eri's cleanliness to Izumi helped a lot in getting custody. All the doctors and psychologists that both girls saw agreed that splitting both girls abruptly could cause severe psychological trauma on Eri, which could lead to behavioral issues and outbursts. In fact, considering her lack of control over her quirk, the fact that it activated when she was under extreme stress, and its dangerous effects, taking her away from familiar and comfortable presence was contraproducent. The previous week, Izumi, her mother, a lawyer named Daisuke, who was hired to represent her, and Nizu reunited with a man and a woman who worked for the government and the Hero Commission, respectively. The meeting was held in a conference room selected by Nizu. Kowabashi-san, Kurosobe-san, nice to see you again. Would you like some tea? I have brought a nice box filled with many different blends. Nizu was already sipping his own cup. Her mom, too. Both acted like they were on a tea party instead of talking with members of the government. No, thank you, Nizu-san. We will proceed with this conversation. Miss Midoriya, according to our tests, your creatures barely resemble any animal from this planet. Genetically speaking, there is more resemblance between cats and dogs than between your infernape and any primate species living on this planet. The berries that we examine also have no match for any vegetable or fruit. The government of Japan is willing to accept that it's possible that you were sent to another dimension where you resided for the past 5 years until you managed to return. Kowabashi-san gave a document to Daisuke-san, who read it for a few minutes. The lawyer nodded and gave it to her mother, who, after reading it, showed it to Nizu. When the Chimera finished, he gave it to Daisuke-san again, who slid it into a folder. Kowabashi-san put another document on the table. This one here is a document that states that Midoriya Izumi is still alive. Since you're a minor, you don't need to sign anything. Midoriya-san, you need to sign here. Her mother read it alongside Daisuke-san. She signed it and gave it back to Kobashi-san, who put it in a folder. These papers restate your custody over your daughter. According to your ex-husband's wishes, he has visitation rights and will pay child maintenance. These ones give you emergency custody of the child known as Eri. There will be surprise visits to your house and to the school. There will be a social worker present in those lessons. That is non-negotiable. In 6 months, there will be a review. Pending the results, you could apply for adoption. Once again, the 3 adults read the papers, and after a few minutes, her mother signed them both. Very well, This part of the documentation is done. Now comes the part that most interests the Hero Commission. Kurosuke-san turned toward Izumi. Midoriya-san, why should we allow your Pokemon to be a part of your possible hero career? By your own statement, you don't control them. They just follow you around like some pet that could leave at any time if they wanted to. What assurances does the Japanese government have that they won't turn against the heroes or abandon their duties if you die, or that they would disobey you? The worst mistake that rookie trainers commit, capturing all the Pokemon they see and just bonding with a few while the rest are being cared for by others or are left in their Pokeballs. Pokemon are more complex than you think. The ones that respect strength are the wild ones that want to evolve and become stronger. The best trainers are the ones who understand the wishes of their team, whether it's a battle, to participate in contests, or just to be a companion. A good trainer would respect their choices. When I first became a trainer, when Riolu chose me as his trainer, and later on, when I met Chimchar, I told him about my dream. I told him about my goals. How I wanted to come back home with my mom. How I wanted to become a hero and help others. They understood that, and they encouraged my dreams. And I encouraged theirs. Izumi stared at Kurosuke-san. If I were to die today, tomorrow, or in 10 years, I know exactly what my team would do. Mourn me and protect my loved ones. Because it's the same thing I would do for them. Both Nizu-san and Daisuke-san smiled proudly at her. She hadn't lost her temper and showed herself confident, just like they practiced. And it worked. Before, both officials looked at her dismissively, as if she were just a child playing to be a grown-up. Now they began to see her for what she was, a future hero. Her mom was wiping tears from her cheeks. She smiled at her daughter, showing that they were tears of pride. Izumi felt her eyes dampen in response. Seeing her mother proud of her just made her emotional. If I may, I have a proposal. Just as they planned, Daisuke-san spoke. My client has expressed a deep wish to become a hero since she was a toddler. That has never changed in the past decade. She is planning on attending UA next year and is already looking for online classes to prepare for the written exam. So, if all goes to plan, the next school year, Midoriya Izumi will be a student in the hero course. That means that the pro heroes will be there to teach her and evaluate her. Even if my client, for some reason, doesn't make it to UA, she could still apply to another hero school. The same principle applies. I propose that her future teachers be the ones who evaluate if her Pokemon are safe or not to participate in hero work. And if they say they aren't, asked Kurosuke-san, then we will accept that ruling, and only I will continue with my hero education, Izumi answered. Just like that. Kowabashi-san sounded confused. She nodded. Just because they can't participate in hero work doesn't mean they're useless or that they can't do anything. I'm sure we will figure out something else. She was sure of it. Maybe they could make some shows or something like that. And UA agrees to this proposal? What about the other schools? Shiketsu? Ketsubutsu? All hero schools in Japan will agree to this deal. Kurosuke asked incredulously. They do already. As soon as my client agreed with my proposal, I sent emails to all the hero schools in Japan with the details. UA and Shiketsu actually responded on the same day. Most of the rest of the schools have already given green light. I think only a few are still debating whether to say yes or no. After that, negotiations went smoothly. A draft was made that both she and her mother had to sign. It stated that her Pokemon would only be allowed to participate in hero work as long as she managed to enter one hero school, and both her teachers and any hero she was interned with said they could. If any of them tried to do hero work by themselves and with no license, they would be labeled as vigilants. The only instances in which they could legally use their power were for training and self-defense, just like Izumi and the rest of the population of Japan. After some handshakes and goodbyes, the Midoriya party left the building. Thank you so much for your help, Nizu-san, Daisuke-san. I promise I will put all my efforts into not disappointing any of you, she said, bowing her head to both men. Don't worry, Midoriya-san. I was only doing my job. Inko-san, thank you for this opportunity. My firm is looking forward to working with yours again. My superiors are really interested in possible partnerships. I will take it into account. Tell them they can send a proposal, and my team and I will review it. Both lawyers nodded to each other, and then he left for his car. Only Nizu stood with them. Before he left, Izumi gave him a pen drive. It has all the information in my Pokédex about the Pokemon world. Pokemon, their environment, berries, items, and legends. Oh, and you're giving it to me? Yes, because by March I will be one of your students. It will help my team better if my future teachers know them better, to avoid mistakes. Also, because I know you probably want to learn more about another Earth where animals evolved so differently. Nizu's grin widened. He nodded to both and entered his own car. We better go back to tell Eri the good news. I don't know how much she can handle being in that hospital room. Besides, I think that Galate and Minfu are ready for a break. Izumi reminded herself to prepare some of their favorite poke puffs. Thank Arceus that berry sprouted so fast and easily. Izumi, her mother stopped her. I am proud of you. I should have told you this 10 years ago. It doesn't go a day when I don't regret that night. Both of their eyes started to dampen. Damn Midoriya jeans. Mom, Izumi, you will be a great hero. Better than All Might. I know it. The dam broke. Mother and daughter cried and hugged. That old wound, that unspoken hurt, finally closed. That doesn't mean I won't worry. I'm your mother. Worrying is a big part of my job. Okay, I get it. I will apologize in advance for your gray hair, she joked. Both laughed and smiled. When they arrived at the hospital, they expected to find 2 bored and exasperated Pokemon and 1 anxious little girl. What they found was the 3 of them sitting cross-legged in clear meditation. Mother and daughter blinked in surprise. Galate, Minfu, what's going on? Izumi used her telepathic link with Galate to communicate with both of them. One of the perks of having a psychic-type Pokemon was the ability to speak telepathically with her team. It was either teaching her how to meditate or letting her put accessories and makeup on us. Minfu's dislike of the second idea was very clear. Where did that idea come from? She asked, confused. She didn't remember leaving makeup around. She didn't think Eri knew about makeup. It was the nurse's idea, Galate informed her. She came and gave Eri a doll and a kit for dressing up your own doll. And she told Eri to use the 2 of you as models? No. When she saw us, she thought Minfu was a quirked animal and that my quirk was a mutant type. Recovery Girl was here and gave an abridged version of our story. While Eri was playing with the doll, the nurse told Recovery Girl how her kids used those accessories to play with their dog, and how she would come home to find the poor thing covered in sprinkles and wearing dresses. The expressions of dread on both Pokemon were so hilarious that she couldn't help but laugh. Izumi? Is everything all right? Her mother was confused. She didn't know of Galate's telepathy. Izumine, you're back. Eri jumped from her bed and into Izumi's arms. Both hugged happily. I heard that Galate and Minfu were teaching you about meditation. Did you like it? Yes. Sir Plushy said it could be useful to help me control my quirk. And Minchin showed me how to do it. Even without smiling, Eri's happiness was detectable, since her mother was still confused. Izumi quickly informed her what happened while they were away. Her eyes widened when Izumi explained Galate's abilities. Don't worry. Galate only uses his telepathy to communicate. To read your mind, he would need to concentrate more and you would feel it. His line is best at using his psychic power to enhance his power. Her mother seemed deep in thought. She closed her eyes and nodded. When she opened again, she stared at her. Izumi, she said seriously, when we arrive at home, I would like to speak to all your Pokemon. I want to thank them, she smiled at her. They were there for you when I wasn't. My team, they aren't just my friends and partners, Mom. They are my family, she told her the truth. She owed her mother that much. Her mother just smiled and hugged her. Then they're my family, too, Izumi. Mother and daughter hugged for a few moments. When they stopped, they smiled at each other and at the rest of their family. Very well. I will go and sign your discharge papers. I'm sure you're both sick of this place. Her mom waved and left the room. Izumi rubbed Eri's hair and grabbed Minfu's and Galate's pokeballs. Okay, you two. Say bye to Eri for a while. I will let you out of home. Laid. They waved at her little sister. After getting them back on their pokeballs, she put them on her belt and started to put her clothes and the rest of her stuff in her bag. She was glad that she could keep it. It wasn't like they could replicate it. Not without apricorns to study. At least she thought that apricorns were the key ingredient in the production of trainers' bags. Izumi, Eri sounded cautious for some reason. Izumi stopped and turned. What's wrong, Eri-chan? Eri didn't answer. She fidgeted with her fingers and wouldn't look at her face. Eri, will I still see you, Izumi? When you go home, can I still see you? Izumi kneeled in front of Eri. She needed her little sister to understand. Eri, you coming home with me. With me, Sir Plushy, Minchin, and Mom, and the rest of my team. Izumi made sure Eri saw her eyes. She needed her to see that she was serious. You're all my family, Eri, and family sticks together. Eri's eyes watered. She started to sniffle, and Izumi hugged her. When her mother returned, she found Izumi holding Eri and calming her. Izumi? Eri? Is everything all right? Izumi nodded. I was telling Eri that families stick together. Always. Her mom smiled and came closer. She rubbed Eri's back until the little girl turned. Eri, Izumi said that you were her muro, her little sister. Of course you, coming home with us. Eri frowned. She opened her mouth and closed it. It seemed as if she wanted to say something. Eri, if Izumi is my Nei-chan and Inko-san is her mom, and we are family, then can I call you Mommy too? Both Midoriyas froze. Eri looked at them with her big, pleading eyes. Izumi didn't know what to say. A glance at her mother told her that she didn't have to say anything. It wasn't for her to say anything. Eri-chan, her mom already had tears flowing down her cheeks. If you want to think of me as your mom, if you want to call me your mom, then I will be honored. The idea of having the sweetest and kindest little girl in the world as my daughter makes my heart burst. And my mummy. Eri jumped from her arms to her mother. No, their mother. The three hugged and cried. Happy tears. Even if only two of the three were able to smile. Very well, Midoriya-san. We are done. Finally, she had spent most of the day doing these exams. She didn't want to write again for a long time. Thank you. When can I get the results? They should be between tomorrow and the day after. A letter with the results will be sent to your home address. Pending your results, you will need to follow specific booklets in order to catch up. She nodded. She expected that. She had already made a schedule for the next few months. She had less than half a year to prepare for UA's entrance exam. She had to be ready. She will be ready. She walked home. Her mother had wanted to drive her home, but Izumi insisted on not doing so. She wanted to walk. To think. She wanted to see her childhood city. To compare it to what it was before. It hadn't changed. Not much. Some stores closed and others opened. But the people hadn't. The way they moved, the way they acted, she didn't recognize any of them. But it didn't matter. The feelings in the city were the same as 5 years ago. A foul smell tore her from her thoughts. It was disgusting. It reminded her of a horde of Grimers and mooks hanging out. The stench came from a beach. Or what was supposed to be a beach. It resembled more of a dumping site. An illegal dumping site. There were no fences or signs. And she could hear the waves crashing on the shore. How did so much garbage make it to a public site with nobody doing anything? Disgusting, isn't it? A man said behind her. He was thin, sickly thin. The stranger was blonde, with spiky hair that reminded her of her former best friend. His eyes were sunken into their orbits, but they had a force that showed its owner was a strong man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, the stranger said, showing his hands. She wasn't afraid. That man may look sick, may be homeless, but he wasn't dangerous. She could sense it. There was something familiar about him. It's okay. I was just passing through. Do you know what happened here? The man didn't answer. He stared at the beach. It hadn't always been like this, he remembered. When I was young, it was a beautiful place. The sand, the water, it was alive. and then trash began to appear. This beach has the downside that the marine currents bring trash from the ocean. At first, people would come in clean, but with time they stopped. To them, it was an uphill battle. No matter how much they cleaned, trash would still appear. Less people would help, until finally they all gave up. It was sad. If only they had kept going. But she couldn't judge them. Not everybody could keep fighting forever. The mind had limits. That's why strength in groups was important. If one wavered, the others reinforced it. Of course, if the individuals in the group didn't have a good bond, then the result would still be the same. Izumi frowned. One of the things she had learned during her travels was to respect nature. Back in the Pokemon world, a strong movement towards eco-friendliness had been growing for the past 20 years. Izumi bent down and started grabbing some bottles. What are you doing? Cleaning. Why? That's easy. She turned toward the stranger. His eyes were looking at her, seizing her, analyzing her. Because it's the right thing to do, and she turned back to grabbing things. There had to be a bag, somewhere to at least put some of the trash. Later, she would worry about recycling. Won't it hurt your chances of passing UA's entrance exam if you spend all your time here? She froze. How did he know that? She frowned at the stranger. Her aura enveloped her body. A blue shimmer surrounded her body. She went into a defensive position when she saw it. The lights. The same lights that she had seen during the fight against Overhaul. But no, it was impossible. Those lights were in... Who are you? She asked. That stranger. His eyes. They were so familiar. The stranger grinned. His body bulked and grew until a familiar and comforting presence appeared in front of her. Don't worry, Midoriya Shoujo, for I am here. All Might, the skeleton man. Was All Might... What? What? She shouted. But how? What? Ha ha. I understand the confusion, Midoriya Shoujo. That form, you could say, is my weak form. This is my muscle form. He grinned at her. 2 forms? Like in Mega Evolution? Wait, was it how All Might managed to hide his real identity all these years? It does make sense. Nobody would think that such a sick man was a symbol of peace. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm having trouble hearing you, Midoriya Shoujo. She blushed and apologized. All Might? How? Well, that form seems too extreme to be a simple decoy. It's not a decoy. It's the consequence of being a pro. 8 years ago, I faced a dangerous villain. The most dangerous fight I have ever fought. I won, but not before losing half of my digestive tract and part of my lungs. Her idol went back to his weak form and pulled his shirt up. Horrible scars littered most of his torso and abdomen. His eyes spoke of his pain and of how awful that fight had been. Ever since then, I haven't been able to do much hero work. I can only use my quirk for a period of time. First, it was weeks, then days. Now, it's just 3 hours a day. 3 hours. I try to do as much hero work as I can during that window of time. And it kills me. Izumi was silent. All Might's story was horrible. The part that the news never talked about. The part that society pretended didn't exist. That fight, was it against Toxic Chainsaw? It was the only major fight you had that year. You remember that little fish? No, because of the villain. The Hero Commission and the government pulled rank and erased any information. There was no record. All the deaths were classified under other categories. Japan, the world, couldn't know that symbol of peace almost died. It would have been chaos. If villains thought you were dead, then more heroes and civilians would have died during your recovery. And if they knew you had a time limit, I don't want to think about what could happen. You really are a smart girl. Indeed, chaos would still reign if the villains knew about my time limit. That's why the symbol of peace needs to be passed on before it's too late. You risked your life twice. Once as a child and now as a teenager. Why? Why would a quirkless girl risk her life for strangers? Why would she spend 5 years training and finding a way back to a world that treated her as garbage? Why? All Might asked her. She felt a need from him, a need to understand why she took those actions. Why? It was easy, because all I ever wanted was to be a hero who would save others with a smile on her face. I don't care about fame or having a flashy quirk. I just want to help others, to bring them hope, like you do. He smiled. He grinned. He went back into his muscle form and grinned broadly at her. Good answer. Midoriya Izumi-kun, I declare you worthy of inheriting my quirk. Wait, what? Human perception was so flicky. It varied so much between individuals. Some would notice a rocket coming their way, so self-absorbed about their own lives. Others were so perceptive that if they saw the same stranger twice, they would be able to remember their face. Most simply lived their lives. Most just noticed the things that affected them, or the changes that were so big and obvious that stare at your face. Mizutofu may be filled with quirk people, but they were still humans. They were still susceptible to social blindness. That's why they didn't realize that the local beach was being cleaned by an aspiring hero student and her team under her new mentor's guidance. They didn't realize that the awful-smelling eyesore of the city was gone until they saw for themselves the beautiful beach again. A couple was the first to realize the beautiful gem that had been hidden for many years. When they saw a can of Coke floating in the waves, they saw a choice in their heads. Do nothing and let the beach be a dumpster again, or make the first move and work to keep the beach clean. A young greenie watched with a smile on her face as the man grabbed the can and threw it into one of the new recycle bins. She kept smiling as more people started to arrive at the beach. Not just couples, but also families, groups of friends, loners. Ready to leave? You're going to be late, her friend told her. It was a tall creature, mostly green, with sharp blades on his elbows and a sharp crest over his head. His trainer just smiled and answered back with their link. I wanted to see it one last time. The fruits of our labor. It had been 5 hard months after all. It has been a week since we finished. I know you're proud. All of us are, but we really need to go. Her partner insisted. In their pokeballs. She could sense the rest of her team agreeing. Izumi nodded and placed a hand on Galad's arm. The psychic Pokemon concentrated and teleported them to the train station. Izumi grabbed her belt and gave it to Galade. She couldn't bring any members of her team to this. Not yet. Good luck, Izumi. Just remember what you learned, and you'll be okay. She nodded and thanked him. After sharing another smile, Galade teleported back home. Izumi heard her train coming and took it. During her journey, she couldn't help but remember how it all started 5 months ago. Wait, what? She couldn't help her yelling. What All Might just said didn't make any sense. A quirk that can be inherited? How can a quirk like that work? It's true that All Might's quirk has always been a mystery. Most theories involve some type of strength quirk that amplifies his strength, but there were examples of his quirk changing the weather and putting out fires, so it was also theorized that it could be a shockwave type quirk. Mumble, mumble, mumble. All Might's sweat dropped. On one hand, he greatly admired young Izumi's ability to analyze any type of situation quickly. She reminded him a little of Mirai, that same sharp mind. On the other hand, the way she slipped into it and stopped paying attention to her surroundings could be dangerous. He hemmed. Your mind really is outstanding, Midoriya Shoujo. The truth of my quirk is a really long story. For now, I will tell you the most important parts. Izumi frowned but nodded. It made sense. Pro heroes never explained all the details of their quirks. They just gave an abridged version so that the public would know what to expect. Ryukyu turned into a dragon. Best genus control fibers. Endeavor generated fire. But the specifics? Their limits? Their particularities? Never. If villains found them, it was because of their experiences fighting the heroes and analyzing them, just like the heroes did to the villains. My quirk is called One for All. It's a strength stockpile quirk. One person grows and cultivates the power. Then they pass it on to another, who also cultivates the power, until it's their time to pass it down. With each iteration, the power grows stronger and stronger. It's a quirk born to be shared. And now, it's my turn to pass it down to the next generation. Because of your time limit, he nodded solemnly. The past few years, I have been looking for a worthy successor. I have considered a few, but I guess that my instincts tell me not to. And I'm the first your instinct approve of? She asked incredulously. All Might flustered a bit. It was kind of funny seeing the #1 hero in Japan behaving like a scolded child. In all fairness, I did offer to another person. Someone I have known for many years. Someone I truly believe could be a great hero. She could hear the affection and pride in his voice. Whoever that person was, it must be very important for him. And what happened? They declined. What? Yes, that's what I said. But they were adamant that they didn't want a quirk, that they could help the heroes without using a power. That just made me feel more proud of them. So I accepted their decision. They gave me one last piece of advice. Trust my instincts, just like the last holder One for All had done. So, if that person hadn't declined, then All Might wouldn't be talking with her. All Might saw her frown and put his hand on her shoulder. Young Midoriya, I saw you willing to face an enemy much stronger than yourself without hesitation. I can tell you with no doubt that you will be a great heroine one day, even if you choose not to take One for All. His words made her chest feel warm. It wasn't every day that the best hero in the world told her that he believed in her. She felt her face turn red like a cherub. Both stood in silence. Only the sound of the waves broke it. Izumi looked All Might in the eye, green to blue. All she saw was trust. On her. I will do it. I will take upon your mantle, All Might. I will be the next symbol of peace. I promise. All Might grinned. Then buckle up. We have less than 5 months to prepare for UA's entrance exam. We have much to do. Next stop is Skywalk S Station. Next stop is Skywalk S Station. The train S speakers rang across the wagon, informing the passengers of the next stop. When the train stopped, Izumi climbed down and started walking to the school. A couple minutes later, she saw it. UA. It was amazing. 4 giant buildings, 2 at the front, 2 at the back, interconnected by bridges, all leaving an H shape. Not only that, the glass that covered the windows was tinted in a way that it reflected the sky, making it more grandiose. Izumi breathed deeply and then exhaled. She was here. Finally, she was here. And now, it was time to take the first step. A blonde, spiky had appeared in her peripheral vision, and she tripped. Great. Neither Infernape nor Lopunny will ever let me live this down. She could picture those 2 mocking her and fake tripping. Sometimes she wondered if those 2 shared a parent. They were 2 alike. Before her face could kiss the ground, she stopped. She blinked. She felt lighter, weightless. Someone pulled her upright, and she found herself face to face with another girl. She was a brunette. Her hair was shoulder length. She had brown eyes and dimples on her cheeks. As soon as Izumi was upright, the girl touched her fingers against each other. The fingertips reminded her of a Glaimo's paw. Release. As soon as her fingers touched, Izumi felt her weight return. I'm sorry for using my quirk on you, but I think it's bad luck to fall on your face before an exam. The girl smiled at Izumi. Izumi couldn't help but smile back. Thanks. You really saved me from endless teasing by my friends. I'm Midoriya Izumi. I'm Urarako Chako. You're welcome. I hope you do well. You too. Uraraka smiled at her and went inside. Izumi looked around but didn't see him. He must be inside. All the prospective students were guided to an enormous amphitheater. Izumi sat next to a girl with dark purple hair. Her quirk was a visible one. Hanging from her earlobes were earphone jacks. She wondered what they could do. Maybe augment her hearing? Possibly, but she doubted that would be all. In a quirkish society like this one, someone with a quirk like that would be discouraged from pursuing a hero career. No, this girl's quirk probably had more tricks under its sleeve. The girl just nodded at her. Izumi did the same. The room was filled, but almost nobody spoke. Only a few murmurs here and there. Then a light shone. Right at the center of the amphitheater, a platform started to rise with a man on. The man's blonde hair was long and spiked upward. It reminded her of a semisage, except that it was blonde instead of green. The parlance on his neck, the headphones, and his orange glasses identified him easily. "Are you all ready, listeners?" Present Mike yelled. No one responded. Well, except one enthusiast fan. "Yees!" Izumi yelled back. Everybody stared at her. Some mumbled about her, but she didn't care. Present Mike was a great hero. She always loved listening to his radio shows with her mom, and she even introduced Eri to them. Besides, she was used to this type of showmanship. The gym leaders would do great entrances before any battle, and the one time she went to a contest, it was all about the introduction, so she was used to it. Present Mike grinned wildly. "Yeah, I like that attitude. Now, you will have 2 tests. The first is the boring yet important one. The written part. You will be divided into rooms. So don't try to cheat. Any cheaters will be immediately expelled and won't be eligible for reinscription. In any course, you will have 2 hours. For the second part, you will go to different gyms and battle this." Present Mike lit up a giant screen. Cartoons of robots showed up. 3 types were on screen. Each one seemed more dangerous than the last. These are the 3 types of robots you will face, just like in the RPG video games. These ones are 1-pointer, these are 2-pointer, and finally, these guys are 3-pointer. The more points, the better. However, it's forbidden to hurt or use your quirks with malevolent intent on your fellow competitors. Izumi relaxed. Fighting robots. "Fayu, excuse me 1 second. A voice shouted out. A tall, black-haired boy was standing. He looked really rigid and had a paper on his right hand. "I must report a mistake in these pamphlets. Here it states that there are 4 types of robots. However, in your presentation, it states that there are 3. What kind of mistake is this? I trusted that an institution such as UA wouldn't make a mistake like this one." Almost everybody's sweat dropped at the boy. "Huh, he isn't wrong at that," the purple-haired girl next to her said. She was reading her own pamphlet. Izumi opened her own and saw that indeed there were supposed to be 4 types of robots. Don't worry, listener. I was about to get to that point. The 4th type is a boss robot. However, unlike the other bots, there will be only 1 boss for each ground, and they also have no points. So, if you want to get more points, just run in the other direction. And one last thing, the practical exam will only last 10 minutes. Understood. I apologize for the interruption. The boy bowed and sat down. Izumi frowned. The 0-pointer made no sense. Present Mike said that the robots were stylized like in video games. And in video games, the boss always gives the best rewards. Also, Present Mike encouraged him to avoid fighting the 0-pointer. There was a catch. But what? The great hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Plus ultra. Break a leg, everyone." After that, Izumi searched for her group room. The written exam wasn't as hard as she feared. Actually, some of the questions seemed familiar, like the ones on her aptitude test. Ugh, clever rat. After the 2-hour mark, and everybody finished the written exam, they were led to another room and told to wait there. Everybody was tense and nervous. Izumi could see Urarka crossing her fingers and whispering to herself. A part of her wanted to go and help her, like the other girl had done, but she knew that everyone had their own ways to deal with their stress. Izumi went to a wall and sat against it. She closed her eyes and started to meditate. She needed to focus. The test could start at any moment, and she would need to be ready, even after 2 months of training with it. One for All still gave her trouble if she charged it too fast. If I do it slowly, it won't hurt, but it will take at least 5 minutes. That's too much time. If I do it fast, it won't break my bones, but it will strain my muscles, which could be dangerous. Unless... Hey, could you quit with your mumbling? It's distracting everybody here. Or is it your only goal? Izumi opened her eyes. The rigid boy was glaring at her. She frowned. What the heck was wrong with this guy? As far as she could tell, most of the room was glaring at the boy instead of her. Before she could say anything, Present Mike's voice was heard over the speakers. "And start." Izumi didn't think. She bolted. She would have to test her theory on the robots. The rest of the candidates stood there. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. She could hear them right behind them, a rumbling like a stomping herd of toros. The boy who scolded her went past her quickly. Some type of engine on his legs propelled him at top speed. She controlled her urge to squeal and analyze his quirk in favor of focusing. Since Plan A was busted, she went to Plan B. Thank Arceus for All Might S training camp. It made it so much easier to call her aura onto her entire body. A blue cloak enveloped her body. When she saw her first robot, a 2-pointer, she jumped and kicked its head off. 2 points. Let S get more. In the viewing room, Principal Nizu and his faculty saw through the cameras how the prospective students were doing. They had to see which students had the right spirit for the hero course and which could need more time and training. Most of the candidates would not make it to the hero course, but they probably applied to the general course as an alternative. After all, many times, students from the general course were able to transfer to the hero course by proving themselves in the school festival. This year they are really feisty, Midnight remarked while watching a blonde boy explode all the robots in his path. My speech really inspired them. President Mike gloated, although most of them did take their sweet time to react. The blonde at ground B and the greenite at ground C were the only ones to run the moment you said. Vlad Hound pointed at both candidates. Well, it's not strange, Midoriya-san. She did participate in a villain fight last year, and in many battles for 5 years. The rest of the teachers nodded at Nizu's words. Midnight had been in Tokyo during the fight, so she knew very well what happened with Overhaul, and Nizu was confident that Midoriya would pass the entrance exam, so he told his colleagues about the girl S story. Vlad King pulled her file. A strength-enhancing quirk, and a team of creatures with their own myriad of powers. That one will be interesting to teach. You saw her in action yourself, right? All Might? What can you tell us about Midoriya-san? Snipe asked their new colleague. All Might was in his weak form, watching only ground sea cameras. When Nizu learned of the truth of One for All, and that All Might was looking for a successor, the Chimera offered him a teaching position to help him. At first, he had been hesitant. Nizu pointed out that if he wanted a successor from the next generation, what better place to find them than in a hero school? And since he was a UA graduate, why not come back to his alma mater? After meeting Izumi, he accepted Nizu's offer. The first 2 months together, they mostly worked on preparing her body for One for All. She had already been in great physical condition, thanks to her own years of training and traveling in the Pokemon world. She just needed a little push. You are ready, All Might told his successor. The girl was panting. She had just used her base strength to lift an entire refrigerator above her head, with both Machoke and All Might on top of it, and took it a van that All Might rented to take all the trash to a real and legal recycling center. It just took her under 5 minutes to do it. The day before, they did the same thing, but with Izumi using her aura to strengthen her body. With her aura, she did it in 2 minutes. When they first started training at the beach, All Might tested her strength by lifting the heaviest things and then holding them. Without using aura, she could manage only a few minutes. With her aura, she barely made it close to 10, but it was obvious that she was in serious pain. And now she was ready. Minfu gave his trainer a bottle of water. She grabbed it and drowned it in a few seconds. All Might just smiled. He was so proud of how fast she had progressed, not just in her physical training, but in her studies. So what's next? Izumi asked her mentor. Now you eat this. All Might pulled one of his hairs and gave it to her. What? Izumi wanted to puke. That sounded so gross. One for All is passed on by consuming part of the holder's body. It can be saliva, blood, or hair. I think that hair is the least disgusting option. Okay, now she definitely wanted to puke. She nodded and grabbed the hair with a look of disgust on her face. Ape! Infer! Infernape interrupted her. At first, she thought that her starter wanted to support her and encourage her. Then she saw that he had her phone and was giving it to All Might and pointing at her. His wide grin told her his real idea. Infernape, you're Aries' babysitter for the next month. And she swallowed the hair. Minfu, her loyal lynx, offered her another bottle of water. She drank it, hoping to get rid of the taste. How long will it take? A few hours. I suggest we take that time to relax. She nodded. The next few hours were spent quietly. Izumi told her about some of her adventures, of fighting trainers on Victory Road, the quietness at the top of Mount Corona, the castles in Kalos, the Twin Towers, and more. It was nice to talk about her adventures with someone else. She told her mom and Eri a few things, mostly the kid-safe parts for Eri, but it was nice to share with others. Izumi stood up. There was something strange, something different. She felt a presence, a link to All Might. In front of her were the remains of an old, rusted truck. She closed her eyes and concentrated. First she felt her aura, so familiar, so comforting. She went deeper, looking for this new presence. There, the lights. 7 bright lights of different colors, and the contours of a smaller and paler one. All Might stood behind her. When my master gave me one for all, I was overwhelmed by its power, and humbled. So much power, and she chose me, and now I chose you. Now, clench your butt cheeks and yell from the bottom of your heart. Izumi focused on this new power. If her aura was like a comfortable cloak that embraced her, then One for All was a hurricane that wanted to burst and show its full power. She pulled her fist back, gritted her butt cheeks, and yelled with all her strength. Smea! Her fist struck, and a storm destroyed the truck. For one moment, she felt great. Then she felt pain. She looked at her arm and screamed. Ah! Her arm was broken. It was swollen and purple, and blood was pouring from its pores. And it hurt so much. Oh, WH what? Don't worry, Midoriya Shoujo. I will take you with Chio-san. She will heal you in 1 second. The scolding Chio still made him tremble. The old heroine hadn't been happy to be called, and then dragged at All Might's top speed to heal her broken arm. Fortunately, Izumi's aura had already started to heal her multiple fractures. After healing her, Chio scolded both of them for being idiots and said that she wouldn't heal Izumi again if she did something so reckless. The old heroine remarked that even if Izumi's body was capable of hosting One for All, using it at 100% at once, and so soon was the stupidest thing she could have done. All Might hadn't wanted to risk Izumi's life, and made her promise to not use One for All until they could figure out a new plan. When 2 weeks passed and he still had no ideas, he did it. He called him. Nana-sensei gave him the chance to be a great hero. He wouldn't insult her memory and legacy by being a bad teacher. Thankfully, Izumi Shoujo was able to withstand him much better than he did, and with his help, she managed to make a breakthrough. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see young Midoriya in action. However, I was witness to her spirit and convictions. I truly believe that she has a capacity to become a true hero. He so wanted to tell them of her abilities, of her intelligence, and of her team, but he couldn't. His new colleagues might know that he has a time limit, and that he wishes to help the new generation of heroes in their training before his imminent retirement. But they couldn't know the truth about his relationship with young Izumi. Not yet. Not until she was ready to tackle all the enemies that would challenge her. Snipe nodded and went back to seeing the screens. Well, it has been about 8 minutes. I guess it's time to see what type of heroes these children are. Everybody's sweat dropped at Nizu's glee while pressing the Yakuri switch. Back on ground test C, Izumi was having a blast. During their 5-month training, All Might never spoke of what consisted the practical exam. First, he focused on getting her body ready to withstand One for All S power, and then on how to control it. While they did that, her team would continue to train by themselves. If she made it as a hero, then her Pokemon would have to prove that they could follow her orders, but that they could also work by themselves. Her original 6 were capable of fighting without her input and still retained their loyalty. Her newest partners were the tricky ones. Between their battle-lust nature and their short time together, Izumi herself had to step in and prove her own strength. It was a good thing that Hakamoto and Beware were really tough, although both still insisted on wanting to fight All Might. A roundhouse kick to a 3-pointer head, a punch to a 2-pointer torso. By her count, she must be above 40 points. A robot shot a laser beam toward her. She sidestepped and ran towards it. At the last moment, she jumped and fell on top of his head with her feet, crushing it. 41. The other candidates were shouting their own points. Some, like Uraraka, were close to 30, while the rude boy was closer to Izumi's score. She saw that Uraraka had some type of tactile telekinetic or gravity quirk. Considering that she only had the robots levitate a few meters before making them fall, she believed it was the second option. The rude boy used his legs to crush the bots. The engines on his legs gave him great bursts of speed that had him wrecking entire lines of robots in seconds. There was another boy shooting a laser from his stomach. She saw that he tried to shoot at multiple robots at the same time in short bursts. By the way he held his stomach after a particularly large burst, she guessed that his quirk must hurt him the longest he used it. Suddenly, they all felt a tremor. Another one, and another. Something was walking, something big, and it was getting closer. Then they saw it, a gigantic robot, bigger than Overhaul, on his ultimate golem form. That's the zero-pointer? One candidate shouted. What the hell? That's way overkill. Run. That thing is worth nothing. We need to focus on the points. They all ran. Izumi stood there. The way the rest of the candidates ran made it dangerous to escape. Most weren't paying attention to their surroundings and were shoveling at each other. She decided to scale some of the buildings to have a better view when she saw her. Uraraka. She was trapped. Part of a building had fallen on top of her, and she couldn't move. She wasn't using her quirk. Why? One of her hands was free. Maybe she needed both hands? Or was it too heavy? Izumi ran straight to Uraraka. She wasn't going to leave someone in danger just to win some meager points. The one she had would have to be enough. Uraraka-san, hang in there. The brunette stared at her in fear. Izumi concentrated just like she was taught and reached. On top of her blue cloaking, green lighting sparkled. First furiously, and then calmly. She was still having trouble lowering down one for all S-inpout. Fortunately, her aura helped her spread it throughout her entire body instead of just in one of her limbs like on her first try. By covering her entire body, the quirk was easier to calibrate. The most difficult part was to adjust its potency. Right now, she could only manage 5% of full capacity. She knelt and pulled the fallen debris off Uraraka. The girl crawled out. Once she was out of danger, Izumi dropped it. Uraraka had some scratches on her face and clothes. She favored her left leg. Her eyes widened at the sight of the zero-pointer. The robot was much closer to both girls. Uraraka whimpered in fear. The way she touched her left leg made it clear she wasn't able to run. Sorry for this. Izumi pulled her over her left shoulder and jumped. Ah! Uraraka screamed in fear. She hadn't expected Izumi's jump to be that high. Izumi grabbed onto the rooftop of a building with her right hand. Now, climb there, Uraraka-san. The brunette nodded and climbed to the rooftop. Once she felt lighter, Izumi climbed too. Thank you, Midoriya-san. You saved me. It's okay, Uraraka-san. The zero-pointer kept walking forward toward the rest of the candidates. Izumi frowned. She doubted that Niza-san would allow the robot to hurt the candidates, but she couldn't just sit there and do nothing. The zero-pointer wasn't that far. A few jumps could get her closer. She just needed to entertain it for a few seconds, enough time for the exam to finish. It should power down the second the exam ends. Hopefully. Uraraka-san, stay here. The test should end in a few minutes. As soon as it's over, the teacher should send someone to bring you down. Where you going? I'm going to distract that thing. Just enough until the exam ends. But what about your points? Aren't you afraid they won't be enough? I have at least 41 villain points. I think it should be enough. Besides, there's a good chance that the zero-pointer is keeping us away from more robots as a way to prevent us from getting more points. Izumi prepared to jump when Uraraka stopped her. Wait, I can help you. Uraraka-san, your leg is hurt. You can't walk there. I know, but I can use my quirk on you, she said, showing her hands. Like Izumi thought, they looked like a cat's paws. I can take away the gravity of anything I touch. To reinstate it, You press the digits of both your hands together. Izumi finished. Uraraka blinked at her in surprise. Yes, how did you know? Back when we first met, after you helped me, I didn't feel my weight back until you touched your fingertips again. Izumi rubbed her neck. She hoped she didn't seem weird for remembering that. Wow, most never pay attention to that. Anyway, I can use my quirk to negate your gravity. With it, you will reach the 0-pointer faster. Izumi rubbed her chin. Without gravity and with her maximum strength at the moment, her eyes widened at her idea. Do it. When you hear me scream, activate my gravity. Are you sure you'll be okay? Izumi smiled confidently. Don't worry. I will be fine. Izumi took the runner's position. She felt Uraraka's hand on her back, and her weight disappeared. She activated her aura, and then one for all. This time it was faster, easier. Her body was adapting more easily to adjusting the strength. Her leg kicked, and she flew up. Her arms and legs were slightly parted. She maneuvered until she was above the 0-pointer. Then she yelled, "Now, Uraraka!" The moment she felt her gravity return, she rolled over until her head pointed towards a giant robot. Her arms were pointed towards her target, her fists clenched. She looked like a human missile. Missile smash. Izumi collided with the 0-pointer's head. The impact was hard enough that the robot stumbled forward, and a hole was made in its head. Everybody stared at the smoke coming from the top of its head. A figure leapt from the smoke and fell on a rooftop. It was Izumi. Scratches and bruises littered her entire body. She was panting, and a line of blood fell from her mouth. But she was smiling. Her plan worked. The 0-pointer stopped its movements and went towards her. Before she could prepare for a game of pure glee and ratata, a bell chimed. And to me, the practical exam is over. Medical bots will be arriving shortly. Anybody injured, wait for them. Our medical team is the best. Izumi relaxed. It was over. Her body hurt. But nothing was broken, just like she thought. As long as her body was protected by her aura for a while, she could activate one for all faster and regulate its power more easily. Midoriya-san. Uraraka's voice sounded closer. She was floating in front of her. Her face looked sick. As soon as she hovered on top of the rooftop, she released her quirk and started to fall. Izumi grabbed her, but the other girl shoved her aside and barfed. When the gravity girl stopped, she blushed and apologized. I guess it's a side effect of your quirk? Yeah, not pretty. Mine is that if I use too much power, I break my bones. Really? Izumi nodded. She was thinking about how to climb down both of them when a group of bots appeared over the edge. They were carrying a stretcher big enough to hold both girls. Both girls were sent to Recovery Girl. The old heroine didn't make any comments towards Izumi. She just kissed both girls on their arms. Tiredness filled their bodies, but the pain disappeared. After declaring that both girls were healthy, they left. After exchanging their numbers and wishing each other luck, they went their own ways. Izumi went to her home, and Uraraka went to her hotel room to rest before returning home the next day. The next few days were silent. Calm filled her body. Neither she nor her team trained. She mostly helped Eri with her homework and her mom with the house chores. All Might never called her. A week after the exam, her mom came running into her room. "Izumi, it's here," the older Midoriya said, showing her U.S. letter. Izumi gulped and grabbed it. Eri started to get up when Izumi interrupted her. "I want both of you here. I want my family with me." Her mother smiled and stayed. Izumi called all her Pokemon. A few had to wait in the hallway because of their size. All of them encouraged her to open the letter. She did it. A disc fell from the envelope. After touching it, a hologram appeared. It was All Might. "Greetings. I am here as a hologram." Izumi blinked. Why was All Might in UA's results letter? First of all, Midoriya Shoujo, I bet you are confused by this situation. The answer is simple. This coming year I will be UA's new hero teacher. Because of all the paperwork, I wasn't able to speak with you, my girl. All Might as a teacher? That certainly was unexpected. He did train her for 5 months, but a school teacher? That was way different. Now, I don't really have much time. Apparently, I have to make a lot of these things. You passed a written exam with top notes, which is not surprising. And you managed to score 41 villain points during the practical exam. A great job. However, that's not all. As a hero school, UA doesn't evaluate just a student's ability to destroy robots. No, we also evaluate their capacity to rescue others. Not only did you help a young girl and make sure to evacuate her in a safe place, but you also worked together to slow down the zero-pointer and gave your fellow candidates a better chance to escape. Because of that, Midoriya Izumi, we give you 65 rescue points. Your total score is 106 points. You made first place. And with that, I can say it. Welcome to UA. Welcome to your hero academia. Izumi couldn't contain her tears, even if she wanted to. She made it. She was accepted into UA. Her mom, too, was crying and hugging her. Eri also joined the group hug. Her Pokemon made cries of happiness and congratulations. That night, she went for a walk. Infernape, Lopunny, and Lucario were in their Pokeballs on her belt. It felt right to take them with her. They were her first Pokemon, the one that chose her, the one that she chose, and the first one she caught. Not that she valued the rest of her Pokemon less. No, the bonds that she had with each member of her team were unique. She had been just walking when a figure stood in front of her. He hadn't changed much. The same red, angry eyes and blonde, spiky hair scowl on his lips. He was older, of course, and taller. He recognized her, too. Deku, Kakin. Nix again. Interesting changes, huh? My Izumi will still have her nerd tendencies and her saving people obsession. But she has something more important for any hero. Backbone and confidence. The rest of her training. And her past will appear in different flashbacks. I am liking that style. One last thing. Ultima owner, you created this. As a young Chimchar, he loved playing pranks. Professor Rowan, as aides, had been his victims. It was a good way to spend time until a trainer came to choose him. When he played pranks on Izumi, she didn't get angry. Annoyed, sure, but not angry. Sometimes she even laughed. After a while, she started to get even. Infernape was so proud of her for that, for standing up for herself. He just wished she hadn't thought of this method of torture. He was an elite 4-level Pokemon, a winner of great competitions. And now, he was sipping imaginary tea in front of his trainer's new little sister. Little Eri was wearing a beautiful pink dress with green flowers and a red headband. When Izumi told her that Infernape wanted to spend a lot of time with her and play her games, the little girl introduced him to the hell that was tea parties. Hours and hours just sitting there, pretending to drink tea and nibbling biscuits. Talking with plushies about nonsense. And that was the worst part. No, he had to wear a bow tie, a jacket, and a fake mustache. When Lopunny saw him, she laughed so much that she fell to the floor, and tears flowed from her face. Traitor. Rays of sunlight entered the bedroom. Birds chirped outside the window. It was a beautiful morning. All quiet. The person laying on the bed sighed contentedly. Deep in her sleep, an alarm interrupted her dreams. She groaned and lifted her right arm, reaching blindly for her phone to cancel the alarm. After a few tries, silence enveloped her room again. The girl sighed and went back to sleep. She was dozing when her door was opened and 2 small missiles jumped on her bed. "Wake up, Nachan!" "Tai!" Izumi grumbled and covered her head with her pillow. After 5 months of harsh training, from dawn to dusk, she had enjoyed sleeping for the last couple of weeks. Even when she traveled all over the regions, she wasn't so tired. Unlike other rookies who tried to conquer the gyms as fast as they could, Izumi took her time. She didn't rush in, not even when she had the type advantage. "Nachan, Mama says you're going to be late for your first day of school." "Wake you up. Tai-chan helped me." "Tai. Ro." Izumi smiled under her sheets. It amazed her to see how much her little sister had changed in the last 5 months. When Eri first stepped into their new home, she was frightened and shy. At night, she refused to sleep alone, clinging either to Izumi or to Inko. If Izumi was home, then the little girl would remain glued to her side. For the first 2 months, her mom worked at home, so that Eri wouldn't feel alone when Izumi went to train during the afternoons. In the morning, both girls studied with the tutors that Nizu assigned them. Sayatome-san, a middle-aged man with a mutant-type quirk called Elephant that turned him into an anthropomorphic elephant. The man was assigned to Izumi to help her with her weakest subjects and to reinforce the others. The man was strict with his lessons, but it was worth it. The results of her exams were proof of it. Kayama-san was Eri's tutor, a beautiful purple-haired woman who showed great patience and kindness with her little sister. After a few weeks of teaching, Eri began to take her lessons alone. By the time Izumi was learning how to tone down OFA strength, Eri was willing to leave the house to take her quirk lessons with her second tutor. Izumi suspected that the woman was actually a hero, but she couldn't pin down who exactly. After 5 years living in the Pokemon world, she was out of the loop about heroes. It wasn't until after the exam entrance that she began to really investigate the current hero rooster in Japan, the most dangerous villains, and the ones that still avoided custody. Both Midoriyas made it their mission to get Eri as many toys, plushies, clothes, and books as her new room could handle. The first time they took Eri shopping, they nearly cried. First, they took her to different stores in order to get her new clothes and accessories. Eri was overwhelmed by all the different styles available. The little girl would look at the dresses, skirts, t-shirts, and shoes with wide eyes, barely comprehending that a single place could have so many things. Buying her clothes was a battle. Eri was used to having the bare minimum of plain clothes, aka a couple white dresses that belonged in a hospital and underwear. That's it. It took them more than a few trips to convince their newest family member that she deserved to have nice things. Eri was raised to believe she was a burden and that she should be grateful to have the scraps of society. Inko vowed to use her quirk on Overhaul if she ever got a chance. Little by little, with patience and time, they started to convince Eri that she deserved to have not only a good life, but a great one. That things like clothes, food, a bedroom, a bed, etc. weren't a reward, but a right. Seeing Eri sleeping at night in her own bed, cuddling both Minfu and her new princess doll, had both Midoriya S crying. After that, slowly but steadily, Eri-S room began to fill. Izumi-S newborn Tyrogue had a huge impact on Eri-S recovery. All 3 women had been present when Izumi-S Pokemon egg started to tremble and cracks formed on its shell. Of course, Izumi made sure that she was the first person the baby saw when it opened its eyes. Imprinting was a crucial part of raising Pokemon babies. If the baby, for some reason, imprinted on her mother or, worse, on Eri, then Izumi would have to wait up to at least a year. Unless it was a bug type, then it would take a few months tops, before trying to capture it and bond with it. Fortunately, when Tyrogue opened his little eyes, the first thing he saw was his new trainer, S' warm smile. The baby fighting type had looked at his mother figure and leapt at her arms. Thank Arceus that Izumi had already raised a baby Pokemon once. At least this time she would have more help. The first time, she only had some books and advice from Nurse Joy and other doctors. Her team helped, sure, but it was a rough challenge. Both her mom and Eri fell in love with the baby. Her mom cooed over it and cried while saying she was too young to be a grandmother. She could still feel the blush on her face when she said that. Eri and Tyrogue had both looked confused at the scene. Eri and Tyrogue became best friends in just one moment. Eri had been in her room having a tea party with Lopunny, Beware, and a reluctant Lucario when Tyrogue entered the room and sat with them. By the end of the day, both were tied by the hip. Tyrogue was her youngest Pokemon. The rest were already adults or close to adulthood. For him, they were more like big siblings/road models. Eri was the only one close to his age range. Seeing both of them jump on top of her bed, smiling wildly at it, made her so happy. Izumi grinned and struck fast. She pulled both of them in a hug and began to tickle them. Her mother interrupted the laughter with her own. If you 3 keep playing around, then you will definitely be late for your first day. Sorry, Mom. Ha ha. Sorry, Mommy. Ha. Tai. Izumi let her little sister go and went to change into her new uniform. Wearing Yue's uniform and colors filled her with pride. She couldn't help but stand straighter and smile wildly in the mirror. Breakfast was a happy affair. Her mother made their favorite foods and gave them bento boxes for both girls and another box with snacks for her team. Izumi had received a letter telling her to bring 6 of her Pokemon on her first day. Her homeroom teacher would evaluate them at the end of the day in order to accommodate her schedule to include hero work for her Pokemon. Eri was also going with her. Apparently, her second tutor, the one that Izumi never met, worked at UA. Eri didn't tell her who it was. She had Pinky swear not to reveal his identity. Their mother knew, since she was her legal tutor, but she also promised not to tell. Izumi accepted it. Pinky's swears were sacred. A message came to her new phone. "Hi, Izumi-chan. I'm going to the train station. See you at UA." Grinning face with smiling eyes, grinning face with smiling eyes. "Hi, Ochako-chan. Okay, I will see you at UA. Let's hope we are in the same class." Same. She and Ochako sent a few other messages. Both girls had exchanged numbers after the entrance exam and quickly became friends. Ochako was a nice girl, smart and caring. She wanted to be a rescue hero, like 13 the Space Hero, her personal hero. Her quirk, zero gravity, was perfect for that line of heroics. Ochako also showed ability to fight against villains and criminals. The way she used her quirk against the robots proved it. Her mom had been glad that she had made a new friend. Well, a human friend. During the 6 years that she had been living as quirkless, she had been a pariah. To the children, she was a freak. To the adults, she was useless. Her social skills had been severely damaged by the bullying and isolation. Living in the Pokemon world, a place where no quirks existed and discrimination and hazing were more frowned upon, helped her a lot to heal. Her interactions with people her age were mostly about battling, so it was easier to have conversations. After breakfast, Izumi grabbed 6 of her Pokeballs, her first and oldest members, and put them on her special belt. Riley had gifted it to her after they parted ways. The belt had a magnetic lock tied to her aura, a special feature against thieves. Before leaving, she grabbed Tyrogue's Pokeball. The little one still wasn't ready for battling or heavy training, but she couldn't leave him alone. He was still too young. Both girls waved Inko and left for the train station. Unlike the past year, where they traveled disguised and fast, hiding in alleys and abandoned buildings, trying not to draw attention to themselves, now Izumi and Eri just walked through the streets. No longer hiding, no longer afraid. They just walked like normal girls. The trip to UA was uneventful. A woman recognized her uniform and smiled at her encouragingly. It was kind of embarrassing that people could tell that she was a UA student just by her uniform. But it was sad that the woman only acted that way because she thought that Izumi was studying to be a hero. If she had thought that she was in the general course, the support department, or the administrative department, then she probably wouldn't even notice she existed. Izumi banished those thoughts. One day, things will change. She will make sure of it. Entering UA as a hero course student felt different than entering as a candidate. She could see how many of the students, both of her same grade and her senpais, crowded around a large screen. Her face blushed when she saw her name in the first place. It went crimson when she overheard talking about her fight with the zero-pointer. Izumi held Eri's hand tighter and led her to her homeroom. Kiyama-san told both Midoriyas to bring Eri to her homeroom, and then her teacher would send the little girl to her own classes. When she saw Class 1, A's door, she stopped. Suddenly, she felt nervous. Her heartbeat and breathing increased, her palms became sweaty, and a fog was clouding her mind. "Izumi-ne!" Eri's voice brought her back. Her little sister stared at her nervously. Eri hugged her as tightly as she could. Izumi smiled and kissed the top of her head, grateful for her intervention. She wasn't a shy, quirkless, weak, useless girl anymore. She was a professional Pokemon trainer, an aura user, a hero student, the 9th holder of One for All Might's successor. Izumi took a deep breath and then exhaled. She opened the door. "How dare you put your feet on top of the desk? Don't you have any respect for our senpais that sat in the same place?" The weird, rigid, bespectacled guy who accused her of trying to disrupt the other candidates was yelling at a familiar blonde. "I'd give a crap about some extras, extra." But Kugi yelled back. Her former childhood friend was lying on his chair with his legs on the desk. He had a self-satisfied smirk on his face. The guy with the glasses inhaled deeply trying to calm down. It's obvious we started on the wrong terms. I am Ida Tenya. I'm from Some. An extra from the elite? I will crush you. Bakugu made a shark-eating grin. Ida looked shocked at the statement. Threatening a classmate? What kind of hero do you think you are? The number one. Bakugu saw her. Neither said anything. They just nodded to each other. Bakugu arched an eyebrow when he saw Eri, but didn't say anything. When Ida saw that Bakugu's attention was on someone behind him, he turned, and his eyes widened when he recognized Izumi. Immediately he bowed. I am sorry for my behavior during the entrance exam. I thought you were just a troublemaker, but I misjudged you. You were able to see better than me. Both Izumi and Eri were weirded out by Ida. They had no idea what the taller boy was talking about. I don't know what you are talking about. The hidden test. You were able to see that there was a hidden test during the practical exam. That's why you went after the 0-pointer, while the rest ran away. Not really. I just did what was right. Ochako-chan needed help, and I was there. Ida frowned and then bowed again. Then you are definitely better than me. Wow, this guy really needs to chill out, a blond boy muttered. He was sitting on top of his desk. Ida must have not noticed him before seeing Bakugu. Izumi-chan, we are both in Class A. Yeah. Ochako cheered behind her. Izumi smiled and hugged her friend. When they let go, she put her hand on Eri's shoulder. Eri, this is Ochako-chan. She is the friend I made back in the entrance exam, remember? Ochako-chan, this is my little sister, Eri. Izumi was nervous. Eri was getting better at meeting new people, but she was still shy. A part of Izumi, a big one, wanted her baby sister to get along with Ochako. She also hoped that Ochako would accept her weird history and the rest of her family. Ochako was her first friend in a long time, and she really wanted the people that she cared about to get along. Ochako could see that not only her new friend was nervous, but also Eri. She kneeled in front of her and offered her hand. Eri tentatively shook it. Hi, Eri-chan. Izumi told me that you like tea parties. She nodded. Well, I too like tea parties. Unfortunately, my parents don't, and my friends back home think they are too boring. So, maybe I could join yours? I can bring my own set. Eri frowned. She thought deeply. She looked at her Nei-chan, who smiled warmly at her. She turned toward Ochako and nodded hesitantly. Ochako smiled brightly and gave her a little pat on the head. You are too loud. A man interrupted them. The entire class, including Eri, turned towards a doorway. A caterpillar was in the doorway. A yellow, human-sized caterpillar. Nobody spoke. Sensei. Eri yelled happily at the caterpillar. Sensei? Sensei? The caterpillar seemed to move strangely. It was as if something wanted to burst. A human hand pulled through and moved a zipper. It wasn't a caterpillar. It was a sleeping bag. The man who appeared before them looked more like a hobo than a teacher. Long black unkempt hair that partially covered his face and fell to his shoulders, deep dark bags under his eyes, and a feeling of severe tiredness. You all need to be more quick and pay more attention to your surroundings. This is a hero school, not kindergarten. The man sighed tiredly. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta, and I will be your homeroom teacher. Put on your gym uniforms and go to the physical exercise grounds. Eri, while they do that, I will take you to Kiyama-san. Midoriya, why did you bring 7 with you? One of them was born 2 months ago. He is too young to be left at home. His instincts make me his mother figure. Except for Eri and Aizawa-sensei, the rest of the class seemed confused. Aizawa frowned. Will that interfere in your responsibilities? She shook her head. I have experience already, and the worst part is already past. He can handle being in his poke ball. He just doesn't like being away from me. Aizawa nodded. He would trust her word for now. He looked at the rest of his students and saw that they weren't moving from their places. Why are you still here? I have already given my instructions. Go. And with that, they all began to move. All except Izumi. The aura trainer stepped aside from the door, so her classmates could leave and move closer to Aizawa-sensei. Some of the students just left without giving her a glance back. A few whispered. A pink-skinned girl with small horns on her head smiled cheerily at her little sister and waved. Eri waved hesitantly back. Ochako lingered at the doorframe, but Izumi gave her a confident smile. Her friend chewed her lip and left. Aizawa-sensei, what, Midoriya? Thank you. Izumi bowed her head, not like Ida, who bent his entire torso and made it look rigid. She bowed in gratitude. Thank you for helping Eri these past few months. Eri is my little sister. She is someone precious to my family. When you began to teach her how to control her quirk, you did something I wasn't able to do. Give her peace about her quirk. Ever since Eri met you, she has been more relaxed and happy. So, in the name of my family, thank you. Aizawa said nothing. He stared at Midoriya unperturbed. His lips twitched a little. Barely. I am a teacher. It's my job to help troublesome children control their quirks and use them to their maximum ability. It's only logical. Izumi turned towards her sister. Have a good day, Eri. Remember, if you need me, just send me a text and I will be there. It doesn't matter when. Okay. Yes, Nei-chan. Izumi nodded and left to change. Eri turned towards her sensei. Let us go, Eri. Are you ready for your test? Yes. Izumi-ne helped me study. Min-chan, Sir Plushy, and Tai-chan helped too. And Mama said that I would do great. After a while, Class 1A found themselves on the P.E. grounds. It didn't look that different from the ones at their previous schools. A pitching circle, a track, a sandpit, a long table with different types and sizes of weights, etc. All the necessary items for a normal P.E. class. Sensei, what is our purpose here? Ida was the first to ask Aizawa when he appeared. We will be doing a quirk apprehension test. A quirk apprehension test? What about the entrance ceremony and orientation? Ochako asked. UA is known for giving the teachers freedom to conduct their classes however they see fit. This is a hero school. Things like orientation can be read by oneself in a pamphlet. It's illogical to lose time on random things like that. Aizawa grabbed a softball and moved toward the pitching circle. 50-meter dash, grip strength. Standing long jump, ball throw. Long distance run. Seated toe touch. Repeated side steps, sit-ups. 8 tests you all had in middle school. The government prohibits the use of quirks in physical activities. It's illogical. There are many quirks that can be turned down when it comes to physical abilities. This is a hero school. We need to know your real abilities to train you. Midoriya, you scored the highest on the practical test. Use your quirk to throw this ball. Izumi went to the circle. She saw how her classmates reacted to the news that she was the student with the highest score. Bakugo was scowling, angry that he hadn't been the number one since day one. Ochako was smiling proudly at her, beaming. Ida and the boy with the naval laser just nodded. Both had been with her on Ground C when they saw her fight with the zero-pointer. A two-toned-haired boy stared at her, as if he were dissecting her. A dark-haired girl also stared at her, as if analyzing her. The stares didn't make her nervous or anxious. It felt like back in the Pokemon League, but with 20 people staring at her instead of thousands. First, she drew on her aura, its bluish tint enveloping her body. Next, she activated OFA. The strength quirk followed her aura S-path in the way of green lighting. She gritted her teeth at the strength of the quirk, and then focused on dialing it to 5%. The whole process took her at least 2 minutes. By the look on Aizawa-san's face, he too realized that she needed to be faster. Izumi grabbed the ball and threw it with all her strength. Smea. The ball flew and flew. Aizawa-sensei held a sensor in his hand and showed the class the final result. 700 meters. Her classmates were shocked by her score. Murmurs erupted between them. So we can use our quirks for this? This looks really fun. Fun. Aizawa-sensei sounded amused. You think this is about having fun? Then, new rule. The student of the lowest total score will be considered hopeless and therefore expelled. What? We passed the entrance exam. You can't do this, sensei. 3 years is the time you have to become heroes. Will you spend the next 3 years goofing around or overcoming your limits? Plus, Ultra is the spirit of this school. Those that play at being heroes have no hope and don't belong here. The next few hours, Aizawa saw how students overcame their tests. Most of the students that passed the practical exam had quirks suited for combat and often overlooked any other capacity. With these tests, he was able to see how they adapted to different situations. Students like Hagakure, Kaminari, and Jairo were unable to use their quirks for any event, so they had to rely on their physical condition. Others, like Minoru, saved their quirks for the only parts that could actually help. Even the quiet Koda was only able to use his augmented strength given by his heteromorphic quirk. Uraraka surprised him. The brunette removed the gravity of her clothes when it came to running, hoping to minimize the weight on her body. Her mind was quick. Yaoyorozu was the one who showed the most creativity. Yaoyorozu's quirk creation allowed her to create a motorcycle, jumping boots, and even a bazooka. The only events where she was unable to use her quirk were the repeated side steps, sit-ups, and toe touches. And even in those, she got good results because of her physical skills. Bakugo and Midoriya were like fish in the water. Both were in good physical condition and maximized their quirks in the events that required them. Bakugo just needed to tone down his explosive outburst, and Midoriya needed to be faster at activating both her aura and her quirk. According to her file, the girl was a late bloomer. Her quirk only activated after she spent years of physical training, and after she learned how to use her aura, some type of ability that only a handful of people were able to use in the world she had lived in. Her quirk, augmented strength, was capable of making her stronger, but her body wasn't capable of withstanding its maximum output. So she used her aura as a protective suit, then activated her quirk and calibrated it to a force she could handle. Right now, the progress was taking her 2 minutes. However, it seemed that the more she used it, the more her body acclimatized to it. Right now, all he saw were the green sparks dancing alongside her body, but not the blue sheen of her aura. The girl was taking the opportunity to experiment and improve. A small grin came to his face. Good. Todoroki, however, made him frown. The boy was only using half of his quirk. Logically, his fire would be more useful for the long jump and the 50-meter dash. However, the boy used only his ice for all the events except the last 3. A part of him wanted to expel the boy. A hero who refused to use all their power was no hero. Even heroes like Iwabumi and Mount Lady, who were obsessed with their ratings and popularity, didn't hesitate when they were on patrol. He would have to keep a closer eye on the younger Todoroki. He would not have a dead hero in 4 years just because the boy was too stubborn or prideful. By the end of the test, his students were waiting for his decision. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were the only ones who were nonplussed. Bakugo seemed confident. Midoriya, Kirishima, Shoji, and Tokoyami seemed neutral. The rest were nervous or afraid, especially Hagakure and Minoru. These are the results. A screen showed up. Yaoyorozu was at the top, followed by Todoroki, Midoriya, and then Bakugo. At the bottom, however, was Hagakure. The invisible girl dropped to the ground and began to weep. Ashido hugged her, and the rest of the girls followed her example. The boys, too, showed empathy in their eyes. They balled their fists and narrowed their eyes. Even Bakugo's eyes softened a little. Hagakure, sniff, sniff. I get it. I won't make a scandal, sensei. You're not expelled. Hagakure stood there. Since she was invisible, they couldn't see the expression on her face. The incredulity on her face. W.H. Woyat. I lied. Nobody is getting expelled. His students stared at him open-mouthed, all except for 2. Being a hero is no game. The importance of these tests is to know your limits. By having you think that expulsion is possible, you would give it your all. Aizawa would never tell them that his expulsion threat was real. Hagakure didn't earn her spot in Class 1A by having a flashy, strong quirk. She earned it by using her brain and not giving up. The girl had stripped her clothes off, note. Make sure she talks to Hound Dog and Midnight about not streaking even if she is invisible, and found the hidden switches on the bot's back. Not only that, she also helped other competitors or got them away from danger. The girl might not be the next Mirko or All Might, but she had good instincts for hero work. Change back into your uniforms and go back to your classroom. Your curriculum sheets are there. Midoriya, after that, go to ground C. The rest can go home. Eh? Why does Izumi-chan have to stay? Ochako asked, concerned. Before the others could inquire, Izumi answered, Ochako-chan, it's okay. It's kind of a long story, but I promise to explain everything tomorrow. I swear. Ochako hesitated, but accepted it. The rest of her classmates, too, seemed to want to know more, but chose to wait until the next day. A few minutes later, Izumi found herself again in ground C alongside Aizawa-sensei. Her teacher made a motion, and Izumi released her team. Aizawa could recognize Lucario, Infernape, Lopunny, and Golade from the footage and information that Midoriya gave to Nizu. The other two were new. A violet monkey with two tails that seemed to have giant hands on her ends, and an upright blue toad with an enlarged red bulb on its throat. My first team. Lucario was my first partner. Infernape is my starter. Lopunny, Golade, Ambipom, and Toxicroak all have been with me since the beginning. Guys, this is Aizawa-sensei. He is going to evaluate us today. Her Pokemon nodded and faced their trainer's teacher. Aizawa observed them. All 6 Pokemon resembled different animal species. They all looked fit and were alert. At first glance, they seemed relaxed, but any pro would see that they were ready to strike the moment their trainer told them to. The goal today is simple, something you're familiar with. According to your interviews, a fight, your team against me. What's the catch? None. Losing or winning doesn't matter. I want to have an idea of your Pokemon skills and your training abilities. Izumi nodded. One thing was to teach her how to be a hero. Another was to teach her team. What about their strength? All 6 are full-grown members of their species. All their attacks are capable of causing great damage to a human body. I am a pro. Broken bones are a normal occurrence. Besides, Recovery Girl is there. He pointed behind him to a small picnic where indeed the youthful heroine and the principal were sharing a cup of tea with her little sister. Hi, Nei-chan. Eri waved cheerfully. Izumi waved back. Don't break your necks or heads. Those are hard to heal. Recovery Girl warned them offhandedly. Izumi didn't know Aizawa-sensei's quirk. Eri never told her how her lessons were, or anything about her teacher. Whatever his quirk was, it had to be able to contravene Eri's. The fact that he mentioned broken bones meant that his durability was human. For now, she would have to play it safe. Before the fight could start, she had to do something. Tyro come out. The baby Pokemon was released, and he seemed confused at the new place. Tyrogue, we're going to fight against Aizawa-sensei. I want you to watch and pay attention. One day, you will be in there too. Tyrogue nodded enthusiastically and pointed at Eri. She nodded, and he ran towards her little sister. Eri hugged him, and then gave him a cup of tea. Tyrogue accepted it and made sure to watch the fight. When she saw Aizawa-sensei's crouching to leap forward, she went into action. Lucario metal sound, Infernape dig. Lucario produced a painful metallic sound from his maw that made Aizawa flinch and cover his ears. Infernape buried himself and stalked his prey, waiting for the right time to strike. Golade Lopunny, focus on increasing your speed and strength. Golade, I want you to spam your teleport. Lopunny, helping hand whenever you are not attacking. Toxicroak, poison jab, Ambipom double hit, and fury swipes. Test his defenses. Golade began to teleport all around her teacher, trying to distract him. The pro didn't fall for it. Instead, he grabbed his goggles and covered his eyes. Now they couldn't tell what his eyes were focusing on. Lopunny increased Toxicroak stats, and the Toxic Toad went first. A dance formed between Pokemon and human. Toxicroak would try to hit him with his poisonous fist, and Aizawa would evade it at the last second. He didn't attack. He just jumped and moved aside. Ambipom jumped towards Aizawa, his tail hands ready to strike. That S when Aizawa made his move. He grabbed his scarf and threw it at Toxicroak, lassoing his arm and spinning him towards Ambipom. Both Pokemon eyes widened. Toxicroak, S poison jab intercepted Ambipom S first tail. Unfortunately, he got swatted by his second tail. Toxicroak, Ambipom, are you two okay? Ambipom grimaced at the poison trying to enter his system. By sheer luck, he wasn't poisoned. Toxicroak was as stoic as ever. It would take a much stronger attack to disturb him. This time, Aizawa-sensei went on the offensive. He used his scarf to grab their limbs and maneuver them against each other. His physical abilities were at the same level as the other fighting-type gym leaders. No, higher. Even with low punny boosting their speed and agility, he was still able to keep up. Time to increase the difficulty. Galade Future Sight, low punny, distract him with your special punches. Low punny rushed towards Aizawa-sensei. One of the fists was covered in lighting, and the other in frost. Even with 3 Pokemon after him, Aizawa-sensei was showing why he was a pro. Mach Punch and the Fire Spin Infernape. Infernape jumped from behind Aizawa and hit him in the back. The force of the attack sent him forward a few meters to the ground. He had barely risen up when Infernape spat a fire ring around him. Flames circled him and burned him. A second ring of 6 Pokemon was formed outside the fire ring. No matter where he tried to jump, he would receive a hit. Aizawa was debating where to try against Galade or Ambipom when a violet aura enveloped him. When it touched him, all he felt was pain. It felt like he was being punched by all 6 of them. Izumi saw how her sensei was panting. Half her team wasn't in the best shape. Not only had Aizawa-sensei managed to land his own punches and kicks, but he had also used a scarf to make sure that Toxicroak's poisonous attacks would strike at Ambipom and Lopunny. The cheerful monkey was already showing signs of poisoning, and Lopunny was holding her side from a nasty brick break. Toxicroak's nonplussed visage was broken. One of his arms twitched from Lopunny's thunder fist. She was thinking about what to do next when a flash blinded them. The next thing she knew, an arm was around her neck, and her sensei was speaking. Not a bad strategy, but you made 2 big mistakes. Think you could deduce them? Her team was ready to rush at her, but they froze when she made a cutting motion. Well, Midoriya? There was no mocking in his voice. He was a teacher giving his students a lesson. I should have made them grab you when you were down instead of mulling it over. I spent too much time overthinking it because I didn't know what your quirk was. You sound like you know it now. I do. There's only one hero in Japan who covers his eyes with goggles and uses a scarf as a weapon. Moreover, Nizu-san asked you to teach Eri how to control her quirk. That means that your quirk can either counter hers or, more likely, prevent her quirk from acting out whenever she loses control. That only leaves one possible hero, the Erasure hero. Eraserhead, she announced proudly from her conclusion. Aizawa smirked. This kid was certainly smart. However, not bad. Since I am an underground hero, most people don't know I exist. Eri did say that you were a big hero fan. I like to investigate the heroes and villains. It helps me to strategize better. Still, there is one mistake left. You were left wide open. Your team's biggest weakness is you. The same thing happened with Overhaul. He grabbed you because you were still, and if the heroes had not intervened, you would be dead and Eri would still be in danger. Your mother would have had to bury her daughter for the second time, assuming he left anything to recover. His words, while harsh, were true. If the heroes hadn't been there, then Izumi would be dead. She knew it. You are right. With Overhaul, my plan was to be bait, to expose him as a villain so that he could be arrested and then judged for what he did to Eri. But now it is not the same. Izumi grabbed her sensei's arm. She didn't activate OFA or her aura. Aizawa-sensei was strong and agile, yes, but she was a fighting-type trainer. Her base strength was enough to bend steel. She bent forward and threw her sensei away from her. This time, Aizawa-sensei was able to twist in the air and fall on his feet. Izumi went into a fighting stand, similar to Lucario's. I am not defenseless, sensei. If someone comes after me, I will defend myself. But I still can't order my entire team to fight and fight alongside them at the same time. Izumi left her stance and bowed her head. Her Pokemon also bowed their heads. Even little Tyrogue repeated his comrade's actions. Please, sensei, teach us how to be the best heroes ever. Hey, troublesome kids. You all better be ready to suffer. We only have 3 years after all, Midoriya. Yes, sensei. Her Pokemon also gave cries of agreement. Very well done, Midoriya-san. You definitely train your Pokemon very well. I'm looking forward to seeing your growth. All of yours. Nizu-san informed his student and her team. Cho-san, Eri-chan, this was a delicious tea. Aizawa-kun, remember to come to the meeting after finishing here. The Chimera left after that. After Chio-san healed Lopunny, Toxicroak, and Ambipom and insisted on healing Aizawa-sensei, all the while scolding them for being too reckless, she left with Eri. When both girls left the school, a surprise waited for them. There, waiting on the steps, were Ochako and Ida. Ochako-chan, Ida-san, what are you two doing here? Izumi-chan and Eri-chan. Midoriya, oh, and Eri, right? We were concerned about why Aizawa-sensei had asked you to stay behind, so we decided to wait. Izumi's chest tightened. It was strange to have people caring for her after so long. For a long time, all she had was her mom, Riley, and her Pokemon. Guys, thanks. Don T. worry. It was nothing bad or too serious. I will explain everything tomorrow. Remember? We know Izumi-chan. We just wanted to see you for ourselves. Indeed, Midoriya. I would not be able to go home calmly if one of my classmates was in trouble. Izumi chuckled. Tomorrow, she will tell her entire class the truth about her team. But for now, she would enjoy walking home with her little sister and her new friends. Until now, I didn't realize that by giving Izumi a full team, I would have to write chapters with 6 Pokemon fighting. 6 Pokemon. Most of the time was spent looking in Bulbapedia their attacks and thinking which ones to use and how to write it. And I will have to do it again. And again, what the hell was I thinking? Well, the talk between Izumi and Bakugu will remain a mystery until the end of the UA Sports Festival. And as a Christmas present, behold, today was an important day. Probably the most important one. Inko and Izumi were both in complete agreement about it. Everything has to be perfect, because today was Christmas Eve. Eri's first Christmas Eve away from the Yakuza. It has to be perfect. For weeks, both Midoriyas had worked tiredly to make it impressive. Decorations, food, trees, and presents. The entire day was going to be filled with Christmas-themed activities. They were going to make sure that Eri never forgot this day. When December had started and Izumi had asked her little sister what she wanted to ask Santa, the little girl had been confused. Eri didn't know what Christmas was. She didn't know who Santa was. All members of the Midoriya house felt a deep and murderous feeling towards not only Overhaul, but also the entire Shy Hasakai. So, they explained how Christmas was a day of joy, how once a man named Nicholas, later St. Nicholas, would give toys to children so that they would feel happy, and how that tradition grew over the years until it became a great festivity, and how Santa Claus brings presents to the children. Eri had been confused and sad about that part. She thought that she must have been a bad kid, since Santa never brought her anything. Inko told her youngest daughter that Santa had been able to bring her gifts because Overhaul had hid her and prevented him from doing it. The entire 24th of December was filled with joy. They took Eri ice skating, gingerbread house cooking, to pet real reindeers, and to a Christmas movie marathon. An entire day filled with nothing but Christmas joy. Eri spent the entire day with an awed look on her face. Not a smile, but close. The only thing they didn't do was take their picture with Santa. Eri had declined because she was too shy. The next morning, December 25th, Eri awoke to the smell of gingerbread, chocolate, and cookies. When she went to the living room where the tree was, she was shocked at the number of presents to her name. Most were from her new mama and her Nei-chan, mostly toys and plushies that she had wanted but didn't let them buy them. Kiyama-sensei had gifted her a cute purple dress with her hero logo, and Aizawa-sensei had gifted her a cat-shaped pillow. Even Nizu-san and Chio-chan had given her a DVD case with all the seasons of her favorite cartoon, even the newest unreleased season. But the biggest pile was in one corner. 7 presents, all from Santa. A note was taped to one of them, explaining how Santa was sorry that he hadn't been able to overcome Overhaul's defenses and security, and how he was glad that she had found a good and happy family with the Midoriyas. While they were exchanging presents, Inko found one for her and Izumi from Eri. The little girl was showing an excited Lopunny her newest tea set, while Izumi's male Pokemon looked at it in dread. Mother and daughter opened their presents, and tears began to flow. It was a picture A framed picture of all three having fun on the ice rink. A small message was taped to it. Me, Mommy, and Izumi. Both Midoriya's grabbed Eri and hugged her. When she saw that they were holding her present, she asked them if they liked it. They loved it. That day, the day of joy and miracles, something beautiful happened. While the family celebrated, they were witnesses to Eri's first smile, the first of many to come. The tension was palpable in the classroom. The 20 students stared at their homeroom teacher. They remembered the previous day, how their teacher threatened them with expulsion to the person who came in last. Even if he claimed that it was a lie afterwards, most of the students still feared that the next 3 years would be filled with that type of threat. The others were anxious about what kind of lessons they would have. UA was considered the best hero school in the east of Japan, the only hero school that rivaled with Shiketsu, and even then, many still thought that UA was better because it was All Might's alma mater. UA prided itself on being one of the hardest schools, not just in the hero course, but in all subjects. The so-called common classes were more akin to pre-college courses. The general course was filled with two types of students, those that still wish to become heroes and are waiting for their chance to shine and be sent to the hero course, and those that want better schooling for their curriculum. Students of UA who graduated had a shoe in their preferred school. Aizawa entered classroom. All talk ceased. What would their teacher say? Maybe another surprise test? Introduce yourself and some basic things about your quirk. Aizawa sighed. He dragged his palm against his face. He was so tired. Unlike his co-workers, most of his hero's work was done at night. Between that and his teaching position, he only got a few hours of sleep during the day. Days like today made him curse his past self for accepting Nizu's offer. Stupid Chimera. For the next 3 years, all of you will be classmates. You'll be spending hours training and learning together. I'm not saying you have to be best friends, but one day you will surely be allies and co-workers. Pros exchange basic information about their quirks to avoid bad interactions between quirks. It's stupid to not do it sooner. Now I'm going to take a nap. With that said, he burrowed inside his sleeping bag. Nobody spoke. They weren't sure how to proceed. Well, I guess we can go to the front and do what Aizawa-sensei said. The black-haired girl with the ponytail was the first to break the silence. We just walked there like we were in kindergarten? The girl with the earjacks asked. Maybe we can go from the front seat to the back seat. Izumi hesitantly proposed. Well, that means I go first, Mon Amos. A blonde-haired boy spoke. He moved gracefully to the front of the classroom and made a pose. Aoyama Yuga. My quirk is naval laser. I can shoot a beautiful laser from my belly, but if I hold it too long, I get a tummy ache. I'm also of French ancestry. Somehow he managed to winkle a spark. Next, I am a Shido Mina, and my quirk is called acid. I can produce an acid from my skin that can melt anything. But if I touch it too long, it starts to sting my hands. Also, I love gymnastics. My name is Azuri Tsu. Please call me Tsu. My quirk is frog. I have the abilities of a frog. My whole family has it. I like playing with my siblings. Karo, greetings. My name is Ida Tenya. My quirk name is Engine. I have an engine in each leg that lets me run at incredible speeds. I wish to become a great hero like our senpais before us. Hi, my name is Urarko Chaco. My quirk is zero gravity. I can cancel the gravity on anything I touch, though it kind of gives me nausea if I use it too much. Also, I really like Machi. Hello, I am Ojiro Mashireo, and my quirk is called Tail. I have a strong tail that works as an extra limb. I am a black belt in karate. Hey, my name is Kaminari Denki. My quirk is electrification. I can produce enormous amounts of electricity from my body. I like having fun with my friends. I am Kirishima Ijiro. My quirk is hardening. My skin changes into a rock-like structure that is really strong and rough. I want to be a great hero like Crimson Riot. He is so manly. The next boy was so shy that he grabbed his notebook and wrote in it. Hi, I'm Kodakoji. My quirk is on knee voice. I can talk to animals. But I don't like bugs. Hello, my name is Sato Rikido. My quirk is called Sugar Rush. The more sugar I eat, the stronger I get. However, it also affects my mental capacity. I enjoy making desserts and cakes. Shoji Mizo. My quirk is duply arms. The tentacles of my arms can shape into parts of my body like eyeballs and mouths. Jiro Kyuka. My quirk's name is Earphone Jack. I can use it to hear things from long distances and to amplify my heartbeat into sound attacks. I like hearing rock music. Oi, I am Sirohanta. My quirk is tape. I can shoot adhesive tape from my elbows that can wrap people up. Also, I can use it to do parkour. Tokoyami Fumikage. My quirk is Dark Shadow. Hey, everybody. He is a sentient quirk that gets stronger the more darkness there is. Darkness is our ally. Todoroki Shoto. My quirk is called Half Cold, Half Hot. My right side produces ice, and my left side uses fire. I only use my right side. Hi, I am Hagakure Toru. Well, my quirk is invisibility, and it's pretty obvious. I enjoy Dakiri shows. I am Bakugu Katsuki, the next #1 hero. My quirk is explosion. My suite is like nitroglycerin, and I can activate it to produce great explosions. Hi, my name is Midoriya Izumi. My quirk is called Augmented Strength. It allows me to increase my base body strength. However, I can only use it at 5% for now. I like to analyze hero fights. My name is Mineta Minoru. My quirk is Pop-Off. It produces purple slime blobs on my head that get stuck to anything they touch. What I like is... Mineta stared lecherously at the girls of the class. A chill crept on their backs. Hello, my name is Yairuza Momo. My quirk is called Creation. As long as I know its molecular components, I can recreate any object with my lipids. I enjoy reading. A yawn was heard from their teacher. Aizawa-sensei was leaving his cocoon. His sleep-deprived eyes went right at Izumi. Well, now that that's done, Midoriya, are you sure you want to do it? Yes, sensei. Izumi got up and went in front of the classroom for a second time. Her classmates stared at her in a mix of confusion and interest. The aura user inhaled deeply and then exhaled. This wasn't like when she was interrogated by the police or the heroes. Adults could be convinced with hard, cold evidence. They believed in solid proofs. Her Pokemon, the berries and apricorns on her bag, her Pokédex, and other electronics, hell, her own backpack, were proof of the Pokemon world. All of them had elements not found on this earth. Convincing her mother and Eri had been much easier. Her mom had been so happy that her only daughter was not only alive but safe and healthy that she didn't give too much thought to the concept of multiple dimensions and godlike creatures capable of trespassing in time and space. Eri was a young child, one that suffered abuse and pain, yes, but also one that wanted to believe in magic and miracles. The fact that Izumi appeared at the right moment at the right time seemed like magic to her. But her classmates were different. They weren't related to her. They weren't professionals who had seen so many crazy and weird things that anything was possible. They were kids, like her, and like her bullies. Izumi feared that they would treat her as if she were crazy, a liar, or an attention seeker. She just wanted to be treated like a normal student. She didn't want to be a pariah. Not again. Ochako and Ida were looking at her. They looked worried, just like yesterday when they waited until she finished Aizawa-sensei's test for her team. She didn't want to lose their trust, but they deserved to know the truth, at least about her team. What I'm going to tell you may seem like something out of manga, but I swear for everything that I hold dear, that is the truth. It's kind of a long story, so please hold your questions until the end. She didn't tell them about her childhood, nor her previous quirkless status, or her bullying. She explained how, almost 6 years ago, she had been in the middle of a villain fight and was shot with an experimental weapon that at first seemed to be able to disintegrate anything it touched. But that wasn't its true power. It was an experimental teleportation device, one capable of sending people to another dimension. Izumi told them how the last thing she saw was a bright, white light enveloping her entire body, and that the next thing she knew, she wasn't on the street. She wasn't even in a city. She was in a valley at the bottom of a mountain. How she was lucky to find authorities quickly enough, and that they believed her story. The members of the international police had been the ones to realize that Izumi came from another dimension. Instead of treating her like a lab rat or a freak, they helped her settle in and explained how their world worked. There were no quirks. Their countries were called regions and were more like giant islands and continents, maybe the size of Australia. There weren't many regions, at least 20. Some were more like natural resorts. Others were tourist spots, with barely half being considered big countries like Japan, the USA, Great Britain, etc. But the most important part wasn't that. It was the amazing creatures that lived on that world. Pokemon. They lived on the seas, in the forests, in deserts, mountains, and cities. In the wild and with humans. Humans and Pokemon lived together and worked together. They were friends and partners. Izumi briefly explained that she was a Pokemon trainer, a person who captured Pokemon and trained them to grow stronger and battle each other. She made sure to explain that no, it wasn't a barbaric sport. Most Pokemon like to fight, and they needed to fight in order to evolve. She briefly explained that while she lived in that other world, she traveled through the regions trying to find clues on how to travel back towards her home dimension, until finally, a group of scientists made a breakthrough. They found a way to open portals to other dimensions. After months of prodding and testing, they had found a possible way home. So she took it. She went home, and after some misadventures, interviews, testing, and so on, she was declared legally alive and reunited with her family, and that she was allowed to bring her Pokemon to UA to train alongside her in the hero course. When she finished her story, the entire classroom went silent. She had been right about one thing. Her story seemed more like an Ice Guy shonen manga than real life. There were so many questions that the students didn't know where to start. What kind of proof do you have? Azuri was the first to break the silence. If Midoriya is telling us this story, it means that she must have a way to prove it. The frog-like girl showed no emotion on her face. It reminded Izumi of her Toxicroak. It seems like no matter the planet, toads and frogs were stoic by nature. Before Izumi could answer, another person joined in. That would be me. The cheery voice of Principal Nizu announced. The Chimera hero jumped down from a ventilation shaft. He landed on his feet on top of Aizawa-sensei's desk. The underground hero didn't even blink. He just tried to rest as much as he could. He still had lots of paperwork to finish. Midoriya-san had provided ample evidence of her claims. She and her team have been tested with both medical methods and quirks. She has given samples of fruits that only grow in those regions. Their genetic makeup revealed elements not from this planet nor the solar system. Nizu's word held much power. He was the principal of UA, a well-known and respected hero, one of the smartest beings in this world. Izumi's classmates had no choice but to believe him. After that, the rest of the day's classes began. However, despite being taught by real professional heroes, they were no different than their previous normal school classes. For the students in the hero course, it was just too normal. Also, they were still curious about Midoriya and her Pokemon. During classes, they were unable to ask her anything. Their teacher would quickly scold them and had no problem using their quirks to do it. Jiru's ears still rang from present mixed scolding, and she hadn't even been the one being scolded. During the lunch break, all of Class 1A sat together. They crowded Izumi and asked all kinds of questions, mostly about Pokemon. They were still confused about them, and about what they really were. Izumi answered the best she could. She may like to read and learn about different and varied topics, but she wasn't exactly Professor Oak. Ashido, Hagakure, and Aoyama fell practically in love with the idea of Pokemon contest. Their eyes sparkled when Izumi described what it entailed, how coordinators would create choreographies for their Pokemon showcasing their moves, and that when trainers fought against each other, it was more like a battle dance than traditional battle. Performers were similar, except that they participated in the choreography and had a number of themes to perform in order to win. Most of the boys were interested in the battling career. Not surprising. Contests and performances sounded boring until you saw them for yourself. The first contest that she saw left her awed. She never thought that a Stunky could look so graceful until that moment. His trainer had clearly shown that physical appearance isn't everything, easily beating other trainers that preferred to only use cute Pokemon. Yaoyorozu was more interested in the technology. Pokeballs, potions, backpacks, berries, Items. The black-haired girl revealed that her family was the head of the Yaoyorozu Group, a multinational corporation with ties to different enterprises. Izumi remembered that she had a contract with the Yaoyorozu about the berries and apricorns that she had brought. Both had immeasurable value. Yaoyorozu had admitted to attempting to recreate them in order to create them faster while on the field. Unfortunately, several key components were still unknown, and they were unable to identify them. Not everyone asked her questions. Todoroki was silent and didn't talk with anybody. But by the way his eyes twitched and his expression changed, he was listening to everything she said. Bakugo was next to Kirishima. He didn't say a word to Izumi, but he did talk to the others. Well, more like yelled and screamed, although she noted that he cursed a little less than when they were children. When they returned for the afternoon classes, all of them were excited. After all, it was time for their hero class. What none of them expected was the teacher. I am... A familiar voice, a world-known voice, came from the hallway. The students of Class 1A froze. They couldn't believe it. It couldn't be. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might entered the classroom running. The number one hero was dressed in his Silver Age costume. His classic red bodysuit with white symbols, yellow arm bracers, boots and belt, blue trousers, and a blue cape. No way. All Might is going to teach us personally? He is using his Silver Age costume. I'm getting goosebumps. The students couldn't contain their excitement at the fact that the symbol of peace would be teaching them himself. All Might was the strongest hero of Japan, and most considered him the strongest hero in the world. Even stronger than Star and Stripes. The Hero Course is designed to prepare you for your hero career. So, we will start with the most basic lesson, a battle lesson. A rush of adrenaline flew through Izumi's veins. As a Pokemon trainer and a fighting-type specialist, she had a profound love for fights. She didn't suffer from battle lust like Hakamoto or Beware, but she wouldn't say no either. Fighting was like a dance, a language. During a fight, the opponents spoke to each other. Their goals, their dreams, their strengths, and their fears. Respect and dislike were won during a fight. Izumi heard Bakugo murmuring excitedly beside her. It was no wonder. Even before his quirk awoke, he had liked the more physical part of heroics. While Izumi admired All Might for being able to save everybody, Bakugo admired him for being able to defeat everyone. Both former childhood friends idolized the same hero, but for different reasons. One of the walls began to shift. A few panels separated and moved the center of the room. Inside the panels were suitcases, one for each student. To start with a battle lesson, you will need these, the battle costumes that each one of you designed. Change into these and meet in ground beta. The students rushed forward and went to the locker rooms in order to change. Not a word was said. All were too nervous to do it. When they entered ground beta, they found All Might grinning and waiting for them. All Might smiled proudly at his new students. UA encouraged its hero students to design their own costumes according to their quirks. The teachers in the support department would recommend additional changes. A few wore simple bodysuits or combinations of jackets and trousers with complementary gear, like Kaminari Jairu and Yairuzu. Others were more flashy, like Ashido and Yugao. Ito was showing his family pride by wearing a costume similar to the ones that his family used. All Might's grin diminished a little at seeing young Todoroki. He was sure that the youngest son of Endeavor would have a better suit, but for some reason the boy was wearing common clothes and covering half his body with ice. Then he saw his successor. At first, he feared that Izumi would emulate him. Stars and Stripes already did that. He spluttered and blushed when his former protege appeared wearing a hero suit that resembled his. Tashinori wanted Izumi to be the next symbol of peace. Yes, but he wanted her to be her own hero. All the previous users of OFA had been unique. They only kept one thing similar, and the rest was their own. If Izumi was going to be the next number one hero in Japan, then it would have to be on her own way, not copying him. Fortunately, it seems he was worried for nothing. The ninth user of OFA had a green vest covering her torso, steel bracers, black pants with blue and white accents, and steel-plated boots. Around her neck was a breath mask shaped like a smile. The most interesting part was the symbols on her vest. for what he remembered from her stories and anecdotes. The aura symbol was in the middle and circled by the symbols of the types of all her Pokemon. The young girl was honoring her identity as a Pokemon trainer. Izumi-chan, that suit looks great. Thanks, Ochako-chan. Yours to dash. Izumi couldn't keep her blush out of her face. Ochako's bodysuit was skin-tight. Ochako's curves were practically there to be seen. For some reason, Izumi felt her mouth dry and her palms sweaty. Ah, yes, the support department made it too tight. Maybe I should have made better drawings. Ochako had taken her astronaut helmet off and rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Behind them, Mineta and Kaminari fist bumped. The hero course is the best. Yeah. Both teens' eyes darted between Ochako and Yaoyorozu. The black-haired girl's costume was more revealing since she needed to show more skin to use her quirk better. You are all looking great there. Sensei, will we be doing the same as in the entrance exam? Ida was the first to ask. Not this time. In this case, we will conduct team fights. 2 on 2, to be more clear. One group will be the hero team, and the other will be the villain team. The media mostly shows hero fights that occur outdoors or heroes saving civilians from accidents or natural disasters. However, most criminal activity is actually indoors. With this scenery, you will learn teamwork and how to fight in crowded spaces. How will teams be selected? Can I blow everyone up? Isn't my cape spectacular? Will the losing team be expelled? One question at a time. All Might exclaimed. Teams will be selected by pulling names. You certainly can't blow anyone up. Your cape is amazing, and no one will be expelled.